loved by you.
All of my love. You don't know what you've been missing, oh boy. Oh boy. When you're with me, oh boy. Oh. The world can see that you were meant for me. All of my life I've been waiting. Tonight there'll be no hesitating, oh boy. Oh boy. When you're with me, oh boy.
In the event that we're not quite smooth yet, it may take a little bit of time, but we will have general public comment this evening, actually potentially broken up into two different sets. The first being in the earlier part and then the second being in the latter part. Any of our second reading ordinances, we will have the opportunity for public comment during the public hearing that will align with council's conversations on those ordinances. So with that, I will go ahead and ask the clerk if you please would call the roll.
Strom.
Here.
Over. Mia Guerrero.
Here.
Stewart.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Charzai.
Here.
LeBure.
Here.
Nystrom.
Here.
Lowe.
Here.
Cruz.
Here.
And Sinks.
Here.
Mayor Strom, you have a quorum.
Alrighty, thank you very much. And for those who are able to stand, we ask you to do so for the Pledge of Allegiance. After the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll remain standing for a moment of silent prayer. All members of the City Council have the responsibility to comply with the terms of Charter 7.2 Prince B and excuse themselves from voting on any matter in which they determine they have a personal, financial, or business interest. The City Council is empowered by Charter 7.2 Prince B to agree by unanimous vote, excluding the member at issue, to excuse any member of the council from voting on a matter in which they determine such member has a personal, financial, or business interest. All right, well, with that busyness out of the way, we will go ahead and open up the door for our most favorite part of this evening, and I would actually argue probably our most favorite City Council meeting throughout the year. It is an absolute joy and a pleasure to welcome in so many of you that have given so much of your time, your heart, and your talents to our community, and I look forward to being able to honor each and every one of you that are joining us this evening. So, thanks. With that, I will remain up here. And do we have Mr. Stoudemire? Okay. All right, so that was actually not my scripted opening comment. I will go ahead and start with that, and we'll hand it off to Mr. Stoudemire, who's done the great work of putting this evening's festivities together. This is a special evening for me personally. It is my first Mayor's Inspiration Award since becoming mayor. As City Council member, it was always one of my favorite to see and hear about all the great stories that are occurring around our community. This is also, tonight is the first time that we've had a designated business category, and I am really proud to be able to support some of the amazing businesses that operate within our community. It was exceptionally competitive this year. We had a lot of nominations. So if your nominee was not selected and you're in the room this evening, please keep your eyes open for next year. It'll reopen probably around March 15th, and it'll close again probably around July 15th. We are always looking for good candidates, people that are really doing the work across our city. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and, as we go through, we will read through our award winners this evening, and we'll have you then come up for a photo and the receiving of the certificate. After that occurs, then you guys get to restart the reception you already took the liberty of having. That was amazing. Right out in the atrium, what we'll do is we'll recess for about 15 minutes to go out, be able to offer and express congratulations to everybody. And then for those of us that have to work tonight, we'll come back in and get the meeting ready, or get the meeting back on the road. So with that, I will go ahead and hand over the floor to Dan Stoudemeyer, our Public Information Officer.
Thank you, Mayor Strom. My name is Dan Stoudemeyer, Public Information Officer for Citizen Engagement with the City of Lakewood, and it's my privilege and honor to read the list of this year's Mayor's Inspiration Award winners. Tonight, we'll recognize 10 outstanding individuals, businesses, and organizations who have made their mark in the community. Winners of this award were selected by a committee of residents and staff based on nominations received from the community, with a final review by Mayor Strom. This award was created in 2017 at the recommendation of the Lakewood Advisory Commission to highlight the contributions of outstanding community members. Let's begin by recognizing this year's youth winners to come up and get their picture taken with Mayor Strom right here in this well. First is Tin Tran, who was instrumental in ensuring that some lesser-known activities at Alameda International High School, such as tennis, stayed vibrant. According to staff, his efforts brought a diverse group into that sport and led to the new players excelling on and off the court. Thank you, Tin. Our next winner is the Lakewood High School Theater Company. Their unified program brings together neurotypical and neurodivergent students in a cooperative and encouraging environment, culminating in an annual sold-out show in the nearly 500-seat theater. This program has been featured on local news because of its unique success. Thank you, Lakewood High School Theater Company. Okay, moving on to individuals over 18 years of age. First, Mary Hattelstad truly represents what it means to be an inspirational resident. She's been a stalwart of her neighborhood for years and encouraged others to get involved. An avid gardener, reader, and ice cream consumer, Mary has also served as a volunteer at Heritage Lakewood for more than 27 years, logging well over 2,000 hours of service. What an achievement. Thank you, Mary. Nikki Worthen has been dedicating her professional life and personal time to helping those struggling with addiction, domestic violence, and related problems for over 20 years. Based in Lakewood, she helps with getting people who hit their rock bottom back on their feet. Outside of that day job, she volunteers at the Food Bank of the Rockies and even gives free haircuts at treatment centers to those who need them. Thank you for your tireless efforts in Lakewood, Nikki. Those of you from Ward 2 and its environs will likely know our next winner, Maddie Nichols. When you need something done around Two Creeks, Maddie is the one to call. She's a decades-long resident of Lakewood and was a 2017 West Colfax Legend Award winner. We can only mention some of her many accomplishments due to time constraints. But in recent years, she's been instrumental in community outreach for the Two Creeks Neighborhood Plan, West Colfax 2040 Plan, 40 West Artline Plan, and more. You are a true fixture of the community, and you represent what it means to be an inspiration in Lakewood. Thank you, Maddie. The final winners in the individual category are a couple. Ronald and Tricia Cooper, affectionately known as Ron and Trish by their Lakewood neighbors, are pillars of the community. From shopping for elderly neighbors to using their handy know-how to fix things around those neighbors' homes and always being ready to lend a hand with a snow shovel, the Coopers help to unite their community. They also serve as surrogate grandparents to younger families and sew quilts for a local battered women's shelter. For all this and more, thank you, Ron and Trish. There are two organizations that were selected by the committee. First is Firefly Autism. Located near 20th and Hoyt in North Lakewood, Firefly has been working to improve the quality of life for individuals on the spectrum and their families since 2003. Before then, parents had to navigate a frustrating patchwork of providers and are now able to get their needs met in a single place. Firefly currently serves 245 individuals and their families in Lakewood and Colorado Springs. Partnerships with other local actors like ARC, the Action Center, libraries, and grocery stores have helped with transition to work and raising awareness of autism in the workplace. We're proud that Lakewood can host this amazing organization. Thank you, Firefly. Next, Jefferson Center's Solid Ground Apartments. These apartments opened earlier this year to provide a safe space for people transitioning to from housing insecurity. So far, more than 40 people have been welcomed into Solid Ground, which was designed with the unique needs of this population in mind. Things like large windows and open views in laundry rooms and stairwells, abundant natural light, and more. Residents are supported 24/7 by on-site staff and given job training. Thank you for your help with some of the community's most vulnerable. Solid Ground. Our final two winners are both from the new business category. Nationscapes, a local small business owned by Nate Farley, is a believer in service to the larger community. After an initial foray into food drives following the Marshall Fire, the company reached out to customers and organized a blowout hunger food drive last year. More than 4,000 food items were collected and donated. An additional 4,000 were collected as a match by Nationscapes employees. Thank you for your generosity, Nate and Nationscapes. Our final winner is another local small business, Vertrum. This company has gone above and beyond to highlight local retail vendors, particularly minority-owned businesses, at its specialty pop-up markets. Already in 2024, they've hosted dedicated markets for the Asian and LGBTQ communities, with another plan this month for Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you for your support of the local business community, Vertrum.
sitting up here in the seat, you get a little bit used to talking. And it was hard not to insert my narrative or addition thereof to some of our award winners tonight. I cannot say it enough that your work and your care for your neighbors around you in our community, the impact is waves and waves and waves, many waves that we will never even know. And so thank you, all of you, for showing up, not only tonight, but doing all the hard work that you've done for 20 plus years, 30 plus years, whether it was 3 years. This is what makes good community work. It's all of us in this room working together with lots outside of this room, and you guys are so much literally of an inspiration. So thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. And with that, we will go ahead and adjourn. It is 7:18. We'll take a 15-minute recess, and we will be back. That's going to require me doing math at 7:33, I believe. All right. I will reconvene the meeting at 7:37 p.m. Welcome back, everyone, to the Lakewood City Council regular business meeting on September 23rd, 2024. And our next agenda item this evening is in recognition or acknowledgement of October as being Cybersecurity Awareness Month. So with that, I will ask Yvette Flores, our Information Systems Security Manager here at the city, to step forward, and we will read this proclamation. Recognizing October 2024 as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Whereas National Cybersecurity Awareness Month emphasizes making cybersecurity a shared responsibility and empowering our community with knowledge and resources to protect their digital lives and promote safe online practices. And whereas the City of Lakewood relies on digital information systems to support essential functions, emergency response, and public safety services, and whereas advances in technology bring increasing threats of cyber attacks that can cause financial losses and privacy breaches, and whereas education and collaboration enhance our cybersecurity posture, encouraging vigilance and proactive behaviors to prevent cyber incidents, and whereas the City of Lakewood is dedicated to identifying, preventing, and responding to cyber attacks to protect sensitive information and ensure operational continuity. And whereas, as we observe the 21st anniversary of Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we recognize the progress in cybersecurity education, the need for ongoing vigilance, and the professionals protecting our digital world. And whereas the City of Lakewood joins the nation in recognizing October as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Lakewood, I, Wendy Strom, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mayor Strom.
Thank you.
We appreciate your commitment to cybersecurity awareness, and your support helps ensure our safety and our security to our digital world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. On to item number 7. Will the clerk please read item 7 into the record?
Item 7, presentation and resolution 2024-51, establishing projects and project funding levels for the 2024 Capital Improvement and Preservation Program, CIPP, Neighborhood Participation Program.
Okay. This evening for the Neighborhood Participation Program, we do have a staff presentation. And with that, I will hand over the floor to Trevor Wolfson from our planning department. I don't know how we want to go into your detail. Will you introduce yourself?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Trevor Wolfson, Neighborhood Support Team Coordinator in the Department of Sustainability and Community Development, and I'm joined by Roger Wadnall, Manager of Comprehensive Planning, also in Sustainability and Community Development. And the following presentation is for the 2024 Neighborhood Participation Program. To give you an overview of the presentation, I will be talking about program background, selection process, and criteria. And I will brief you on the status of past projects as well as recommendations for the 2024 projects. The overall purpose of the Neighborhood Participation Program is to fund and build small neighborhood projects that are not currently in the Capital Improvement and Preservation Program. All projects need to be requested by neighborhood groups. The Neighborhood Participation Program was established in 1992. Since then, 167 projects have been funded. The current budget for the program is $160,000 for construction. An additional $20,000 is included for project contingencies and design work. There are basic requirements that all projects must meet. The project must be located on public property. If the project is located on school property, it must receive permission from the school principal and school district. The project must have a general benefit to an entire neighborhood. The project must not significantly increase city maintenance responsibilities. The funding level per project must not exceed $60,000, and the project must not be currently in the 5-year capital improvement and preservation program budget. The selection process is competitive. Each year, the applications are reviewed and evaluated by a staff team. Projects are scored and ranked based on a weighted criteria. The ranked projects are then presented to council. The following, let me see, sorry about that. The following are the selection criteria that have been established to rank and evaluate the projects. They include benefit versus cost, health and safety issues as it relates to the project, compliance with citywide plans such as the Comprehensive Plan and the Community Resources Master Plan, also including the level of neighborhood support and the amount of maintenance requirements. Okay, so I will now share status updates on past projects and the recommended projects for this year's program. The slide here shows a picture of the newly resurfaced multi-use court at Creighton Middle School. This has been completed. The Lakewood West Colfax Safety Project Gateway Sculpture Installation Project is pending. The installation of a water fountain at O'Kane Park is anticipated to be completed next month in October of 2024. The addition of grills and game tables at Meadowlark Park is pending, as the playground and site are scheduled to be renovated in 2025. The construction of a Gaga ball pit at Carmody Park has been completed. For the 2024 program, 16 applications were received. 5 projects are being recommended with estimated construction costs of $159,000. This slide shows a map of all 16 project applications. The 5 recommended projects are highlighted in blue. The following are projects that are recommended to be funded this year. The first project, the Detention Pond Walkway Improvement Project, requests funding to improve a pedestrian path between detention ponds. The next project requests funding for tree planting at Green Gables Elementary School. The third recommended project is for the construction of an outdoor basketball court at Creighton Middle School. The next recommended project requests funding for a bike repair station at Balsam Pond Park. The final recommended project is for a native species garden and prairie pathway at Hutchinson Elementary School. This slide shows the summary list of the 2024 recommended projects with the estimated costs of each. The action requested is for City Council to approve the resolution to adopt the projects recommended for funding in the 2024 Neighborhood Participation Program. And this concludes the presentation, but Roger Wadnall and myself will be available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfson and Mr. Wadnall, for being here this evening. Our first step on this portion of our agenda would be to open it up to our public hearing. I do not have anyone signed up to speak on this up here. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak on this issue this evening? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Is there anyone, or I'm sorry, at this time we'll go ahead and open up the floor to our City Council for comments and questions. And we'll start off this evening with Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
Yes, thank you. No questions, just a comment. Really excited, particularly around the Creighton Middle School. This is a Title I school in central Lakewood serving nearly 800 students, and they have a tremendous amount of money that they're trying to raise to resurface and make their outdoor fields more activated for their students. So really proud that the city's made the decision to partner with them on this, and I know that we'll continue to show our great partnership with the schools. And then, of course, the Balsam Pond Bike Repair Station. I've seen a number of folks using First Avenue as a thoroughfare for the bike connectivity, and so excited to see that investment coming in. That is an amenity in the neighborhood and for the community at large that just continues to be invested in, will just be so much value add. So this is such a great evening between the Inspiration Awards and these neighborhood participation programs, and so just really want to thank all the great work that came from staff on this.
All right, I have no other hands up to speak. I would like to express excitement and gratitude for the project that's being funded at Green Gables Elementary School, in my own ward, and a really exciting opportunity to not only work to continue to grow the tree canopy, but that's also going in an area that I know there's a lot of public support. The neighborhoods are very invested in that park area and have been working really hard to improve that for the neighborhood as well as the school for several years now. So really excited to see them move forward on that. And I guess before I ask for a motion, I do have another hand up now. Councilor Sinks, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to say that I think it's a really great opportunity for citizens to have input and say, yes, we would like this improvement project. And of course, there's a form to fill out. Where is that located online? Do you know?
So that form can be found if you just search for Neighborhood Participation Program, then it'll come up. And currently, applications are not open for next year, but they should open, I believe, in December or January.
Right. I read December, so everybody can get primed and be thinking about what improvements they want in their neighborhood. So again, thanks to the city, it's just a really great opportunity for neighbors to get together. Do you know, does it require several neighbors, or can just one person fill out the form and then submit it?
Well, one person can submit the form, but it does require a minimum of 5 signatures, and also the signatures need to be kind of in the immediate neighborhood, so it really affects the neighborhood, and it's not like a citywide type project.
Great. Thanks for those details. So once again, December 1st, start thinking about it and get some requests in. Thank you.
All right, and with that, may I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2024-51.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Will you please go ahead and cast your votes? And that passes 11 yeses, 0 noes. Okay, this is the first point in the evening. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us for the presentation and all the work tonight. Thank you. This is the first portion of general public comment on our agenda this evening. This portion will allow for up to 10 people to speak for up to 3 minutes each on any matter that is not included on this evening's agenda. I will save from a lot of the other details here, but this is the new part. So for those that are interested in meetings coming in the future, we can sign up early now and be on the first 10 list in the earlier part of the evening. And special preference is given to those that have special needs to make sure that we're accommodating for those of you that are joining us this evening or any evening. But with that, we'll go ahead. Right now, I've only got 4 people signed up. So we'll go ahead and open up general public comment. If when you come up, you could give us your name and address or name and ward, and everybody will get 3 minutes. First, I have Dick Schuster, then Bradley Bruce, then Glenn Newell, and Connie Reddick. Mr. Schuster, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. It's a privilege to speak in front of you. My name is Dick Schuster. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm a write-in candidate for District M for the RTD Board of Directors. Tried to petition, but I spent too much time talking to people about what they thought of RTD, and I pivoted to write-in right at the last minute. My qualifications really quick. Spent 5 years driving for RTD. By education, I'm a petroleum engineer specializing in distress situations. I spent 5 years on a bucket list job driving for RTD and learned it's a whole lot more than a steering wheel and a brake. I drove regional coaches out of Boulder. During that time, I also made the top 5 list the last 2 times the CEO position was opened up. Didn't make the interview round, but still, 13 interviews in 8 months for the first one, and then the second one I just slid into. Lakewood is probably the most diverse bus part of the 5 cities in District M. And I wanted to make sure that you had a face that you could put with the yard signs I hope you're going to be seeing soon. A lot of stuff going on in Lakewood. You have 1.5 light rail stations in the city, numerous buses, but there still needs to be some tweaking going on. My major platform is going to be increasing communication from RTD out. They have a lot of information, but access to it is something that they need to work on, getting easier communication out. Again, I just wanted to introduce myself to the board, the council, simply because this is an important city in my district. So if there's any questions, quickly, I mean, I don't know if this is a question for them, but it's not. No worries, no worries. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schuster. Bradley Bruce.
Hi, my name is Brad Bruce. I live in Ward 2. I am here again asking the City Council to pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Palestine and also now Lebanon, along with a resolution denouncing the use of American weapons on civilians in the region. Many of the weapons that Israel is using are manufactured right here on the Front Range, funded with both federal and state subsidies. Our tax dollars should be used for housing, transportation, and to generally make the lives of Americans better. They should not be used to blow up people on the other side of the planet. No one wins in that scenario other than the defense contractors. Earlier today, Israel launched a series of bombings in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. Latest reports show that 492 have been killed and over 1,600 wounded in the airstrikes. Of those 492 dead, 35 were children and 58 were women. This is on top of the over 42,000 people killed in Palestine over the last year and the American citizen murdered by the Israeli Defense Forces in the occupied West Bank just a few weeks ago. I'm guessing there were about 60, 70 people in here earlier. Israel used American weapons to unilaterally execute over 8 times that many people today alone. I will reiterate again, I am not asking the City Council to unilaterally fix the problems in the Middle East. This is absolutely a policy failure on the side of the Biden administration, the State Department, and the federal government as a whole. I am asking you to pass a resolution condemning Israel's actions and to show our federal representatives that we will not stand for this bloodshed. If Representative Pedersen or either of our senators were calling for peace, I would not be here asking City Council to do anything. Israel's actions are going to drag the United States into another war in the Middle East. I want to remind those who have forgotten the United States spent close to $8 trillion and thousands of American lives on the war on terror. What was the result of this war? We left Afghanistan and Iraq in ruins, with the Taliban still in control of much of the region. Do you really think that another war will result in anything different? Are you willing to sit idly by and do nothing while the federal government makes the exact same mistakes as they did before? Did we learn nothing from invading Iraq and Afghanistan? I'm not even old enough to remember most of the war on terror. How am I the one who has to keep pushing for peace? Please consider passing a resolution calling for immediate ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Glenn Newell.
I was worried I wasn't going to know how much time I had. Honorable Mayor, Esquivel City Council members, City Manager and staff, friends, neighbors, countrymen, good evening. My name's Glenn. I live in Ward 2, and that's my special need. We're now less than a month from our average first night of below freezing temperatures, and just over a month away from our usual first set of multiple deadly below freezing nights. I have not forgotten, nor will I forget, the people I've known and the stories I've heard of neighbors, people who lost everything and then lost their lives because they did not have access to the things you and I take for granted: shelter, food, and dignity. I am grateful and hopeful, but I have not forgotten, nor will I forget. 2 winters ago, we as a community came together for perhaps the first time in many years in a time of worsening and ever more dangerous weather to step up and offer shelter and access to and resources to those who would otherwise have lost so much, including their lives. I am grateful and hopeful, but I have not forgotten, nor will I forget, last winter when our community was able to save even more lives and provide shelter, food, and dignity to so many more in cooperation with the larger community. The efforts of a brand new mayor and members of city council and many, many heroic and courageous volunteers. When we all became aware that one resource which made such progress possible, an organization that was key to ongoing efforts and upon which Lakewood and our neighboring cities relied, would no longer be able to provide that support, many of my neighbors and I became concerned. We all hoped and believed that something would be done, that surely the progress made was not in vain and forgotten. Our alarm has grown as we see continuing discussions, but no real effort or thought to address the gap in availability to all of our neighbors of access to things people like you and I take for granted: shelter, food, and dignity. It's not unreasonable to say that someone else should do more, but that's not the answer of a community that is sincere about actually solving the problem. It's good policy to focus effort on longer range planning and provide these needs, but good policy is of no value when not supported by action and discarded by city staff as too hard, too expensive, or not ideal. I'm grateful and hopeful, and I have not forgotten, nor will I forget, but I fear that some have. Community means all of us, and if any of us lack or fear or suffer, so do I, and so do all of us who take it for granted: shelter, food, and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newell. Ms. Reddick.
I am Connie Reddick from Ward 3, and tonight I would like City Council to take under advisement under the reasonable accommodation that people with disability are able to speak earlier so that they could get home at an earlier time, because now in our ward, it seems to be that there is no lighting. The lights are off, and it's dark out there, and so it's unsafe. And I also propose that because of the situation that's been going on at Cityscape, that they do an investigation into that apartment building, because there are so many, under the warranty and habitability law, there are so many things that could cause injury to all of the elderly. Also, when I come in here, I would really like to see for the elderly larger print, because I have visual problems, and some of that isn't even up to par for the elderly, but more so even for somebody that has a visual problem. So I propose that because you're over the commissioners and you put them into office, and they're the ones that are designated over our building, that they do an investigation, because we had where they had us leave the garage at one time, and they didn't even have fans in there, and people could have died because of the methane in there, and they don't have pumps to, so there's a lot of things going on in the building that I guess when they first designed it, they didn't really check all the things that needed to be done to the building, because we've had water leakage going into the walls through the windows, and they put in new glass, but that's where my problem is the water is going into the wall, into the electricity. I don't have a refrigerator, I don't have a stove, and I'm ADA, and I don't have an ADA apartment, so I would like to see them following the law. So I thank you very much if you would propose and make sure they're investigated, because this can no longer go on, because a lot of people will be dying. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. All right, moving on to the consent agenda for this evening. Council, do we have any items that we want or that are going to be requested to be removed from the consent agenda this evening? Yeah? Councilor Cruz? Okay. Consent agenda shall remain intact. Will the clerk please read the consent agenda into this evening's record?
The consent agenda is comprised of the following items. Item 9, Resolution 2024-52, reappointing a member to the Lakewood Board of Appeals. Item 10, Resolution 2024-53, appointing members to the Lakewood Judicial Review Commission. Item 11, Ordinance O-2024-26, declaring the intent of the City of Lakewood to acquire interest in property for public purposes for the construction of pedestrian improvements at the northeast corner of West Jewell Avenue and Hoyt Street, and authorizing negotiations with property owners, acceptance of conveyance instruments, and condemnation of real property interests, subject to further council approval. Item 12, approving minutes of the City Council meetings. City Council regular minutes for August 12th, 2024. City Council special meeting minutes for August 12th, 2024. August 26th, 2024. And City Council regular minutes for August 12th. August 26th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. And for those of you that are joining us online, or even here in the room and want to look online, there's a lot of supporting information for each of your agenda items this evening that's actually also available on Lakewood Speaks. Lakewood Speaks is our online portal for public comment and a lot more. So you will see the agenda on there, as well as a lot of the background information and additional details on all of the items that we'll be voting on this evening. So with that, I do not have anyone up that has signed up to speak public comment on this evening's consent agenda. Is anybody wanting to speak on that now? Nope. Okay. All right, then may I have a motion, please?
Mayor Strom, I move for the approval of the City Council minutes, order all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearing set for the date included in the ordinance, and for adoption of resolutions, all of which are included in the consent agenda, introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Shahrazai, I'll hand over the floor to you. We do have a couple of appointees, reappointees that the screening committee has put forward on our docket this evening, in case you'd like to say a few words.
Yes, thank you. Always appreciate the outpouring of folks who are willing to serve on our boards and commissions, and excited tonight to recommend unanimously reappointment of Diane Vollmer to the Board of Appeals and appointment to the Lakewood Judicial Review of George Davenport, Jesse Hendricks, and Bo Ramsauer. So thank you so much for stepping up to serve.
All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and cast our votes on this evening's consent agenda. And that passes 11 yeses, noes, 0 nays, noes, 0 noes. Okay. Will the clerk please read item 13 into the record?
Item 13, second reading and public hearing on ordinance O-2024-23, declaring the intent of the city of Lakewood to acquire interest in property for public purposes for the construction of storm sewer facilities from Teller Street to Pierce Street between West Colfax Avenue and West 16th Avenue for the completion sidewalk connections on West 16th Avenue, Reed Street, and Lakewood Place, and authorizing negotiations with property owners, acceptance of conveyance instruments, and condemnation of real property interests, subject to further council approval.
Okay, thank you. And we do not have a staff presentation this evening. There is information available this on lakewoodspeaks.org for anyone that would like to tune in there. With that, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Again, I have no one signed up for this topic up here. Would anybody like to speak on this topic? Nope. Okay. We will go ahead and close the public hearing. And with that, may I have a motion?
I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2024-23 on second and final reading.
Second.
Do we have any council questions? Councilor Mayotte Guerrero?
Not a question, but just that completing connections in Ward 2 is something that I hear a lot about, and I know that this is an issue across the city, but I think especially as Ward 2 continues to densify, those potential conflicts with pedestrians and traffic in all parts of the ward increase. And additionally, as we have more businesses and continue to try to preserve as much parkland as possible, those connections for people to be able to walk as both something that is for safety, for livability, and of course also for the climate. And so this is a relatively small piece of this, but I just know that there's been a level of attention from the community and also responsiveness, I think, from the city on wanting to really be prioritizing things like sidewalks in particular in this area where there's just a lot happening. And so this particular stretch I'm really pleased about, and I wanted to express my gratitude.
Thank you. Councilor Cruz.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to echo my co-councilor's gratitude and also highlight that this particular stretch has been a point of public outreach because it's a key corridor connecting our 40 West Arts District. And so I know that has been an area of interest for the community, and this is going to be a great way to connect the east and west sides of the Arts District and help people move throughout all of the great amenities they have to offer on First Fridays and all of the great times that they have public offerings. So thank you. I know folks in the community are really excited about this.
Thank you. And we have a motion on the floor and a second. Go ahead and cast your votes. And that passes 11 yeses, 0 nays. Will the clerk please read item 14 into the record?
Item 14, second reading and public hearing on ordinance O-2024-25. No, sorry. Ordinance O-2024-24, amending the Lakewood Municipal Code, Chapter 10, subsection 15.010 to reduce the speed limit in residence districts in the city of Lakewood to 25 miles per hour.
Thank you. And while we do not have a staff presentation scheduled, oh, yes, we do. Oh, wait, this is Avis. Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Mr. Kirschbaum, we'll hand the floor over to you to get us started. We've got our Director of Public Works, Max Kirschbaum.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would just like to introduce Mike Whitaker, who is the City Transportation Engineer, to give you a summary presentation of the Lakewood Speaks presentation, and then he and I will be available should you have questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mike Whitaker, City Transportation Engineer. We've been here before. This resulted from a LAC endeavor that we're responding to. As we've talked before, Golden and Denver recently went from mostly 25 down to 20. Edgewater, Wheat Ridge, Jefferson County, and Morrison are still at 25. Arvada and Littleton are still at 30 for what our neighbors are doing currently. When we talk about changing the code to reduce the speed limit, what agencies are seeing around the country, even Boulder, for an example, locally, when they test it out, you're seeing about 1 to 2 mile an hour of lower speeds when they move that code change. And that's both on streets where you sign the new speed limit as well as streets that aren't signed, so it's kind of across the board. Boulder did have one street that people were, I guess, not happy with, that their speeds actually went up after they lowered the speed limit. Really, we like to look at data more. So when we look at fatalities in Lakewood, you can see arterials, the Wadsworth, the Colfaxes, the Kiplings are where most of our fatalities happen. Collectors are like Florida, Mississippi, Carr, those types of streets. And then the residentials are the local streets. We had the one horrific crash in 23. A lot of you probably remember the car that was speeding and went through 3 properties, hit a berm, hit somebody's chimney in the 2nd floor, essentially. Luckily, nobody in the house or on that route was impacted, but that's the fatality on the residential street. From the police department crime analysis, when we do heat maps of where our auto ped crashes are, not just the severity, but just any crashes, this is what comes out. Not too surprising, the Colfax corridor area is a hot spot. When you dive down a little bit, you'll see, in the Belmar area is also another hot spot. Union corridor, places where we know there's a lot of pedestrians out there enjoying themselves, which probably makes sense to most people. Another software we use that looks at crashes that is analyzed from CDOT data that comes from Lakewood. It's called the Axis. And so I just looked at injury crashes because, believe it or not, we actually do read some of the responses on the Lakewood Speaks. And so somebody was complaining that I didn't talk about injuries last time. It was just about fatals. So looking at the injuries and sharing that information, the triangles, the red triangles are fatalities, the squares are injuries, and then the green dots are property damage only crashes. Sorry. You can see pretty much the same story. They're on the arterials for the most part. When we zoom in a little bit, I looked around Lakewood, and this quadrant of Lakewood seem to have the most off-system, off-arterial, off-collector crashes. And so looking through these, there are 7 of the 67 crashes shown are on what's local streets that this ordinance would deal with. From those of you in the ward, you probably remember a lot of those, unfortunately. So we're roughly 10%. At the highest location was on residential streets. Famous graph that a lot of you have seen over and over. Obviously, as the speeds get slower, the likelihood that people will die gets less. You know, the question is, where on that graph are we comfortable setting it? Obviously, 25 is better than 30, 20 is better than 25, 15 is better than 20. It's just, where can we get people to drive that gets the outcomes we're looking for? Some other considerations from my group. Traffic calming right now, we hear a lot of desire for it. And regardless of which way we change it, whether we change it to 25 or 20, a lot of streets are going to qualify around the city. Looking at a 25 mile an hour, I just looked through the last traffic studies we've done in 2024, and about 40 to 50% of the streets we surveyed that were local would qualify at 25 miles an hour. If we go down to 20 miles an hour, 90+% of the streets that we studied would qualify. So pretty much almost every street in the city would qualify for traffic calming, which there's going to be a huge demand for, and so we're going to have to step up our traffic calming program to respond to that. So some of the things we've been thinking about is how to prioritize stuff with our budget that we're provided. Is, you know, looking at the speed over posted, if it's around a school, if there's a pedestrian generator adjacent to the roadway, volumes in excess of what we would expect on that road, crash history, obviously. Starting to look a little more deeply into pedestrian facility. We think a road that doesn't have any sidewalk should get a little higher priority than a road that has a sidewalk or a detached sidewalk. Just trying to come up with some sort of scoring matrix. Looking at Dr. Cog vulnerability index for equity, and then depending on what the traffic calming would require, obviously the cost, and then some points for how long something's been on the list when it's qualified, are kind of what we're looking at. One thing, if we go to 25, we still would recommend school zones at 20. If we move to 20 citywide, school zones are obsolete, you know, so there's not really a speed reduction, or we could change it to something else, or just, you know, flashing warning lights saying, you know, children in the area. City manager's office and the PIO's office did a quick poll on the web. You probably saw 44% of the residents that took the poll were recommending 44. The other 56%, almost evenly split, was either 25 or 30. But as you can see, there was 138 people that took the poll citywide. Another thing that resonated with me from some of the comments on Lakewood Speaks was one of them had a firework analogy where, you know, how do we get people to accept what we're asking them to do and do the right thing, you know, and can we legislate our desires, and how do we get people to agree to that? So basically for the speed limits in residential zones, you know, currently we're at 30, matching the legislature. The LAC recommendation was 20. Our staff recommendation is 25. And then, as most of you know, we're doing a Safe Streets for All, where all the agencies in Jefferson County are getting together and developing this Vision Zero type plan. And we'll see what comes of that. And with that, I think we're open for questions.
Thank you. And for questions this evening, we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai, then Councilor Over.
Yes, thank you. I just pulled up, and on May 4th, 2023, I put in a request for council action asking for us to start this discussion. So I'm so excited for us to finally find ourselves in this evening. I know there was a tremendous amount of work that went into this from the LAC and from staff, and I have a lot of gratitude for that. This is not the time for motion or amendments, but I do plan on making an amendment to the motion or to the ordinance that we have in front of us. But I did want to talk a little bit about some of the suggestions that you had around looking at the requirements for traffic calming. I do think that no matter what we do, we should pair that in some of the upcoming meetings, because that is surely going to be something that we're going to see many community members stepping up and requesting that. And so I think, I won't speak for my peers, but I believe that we're all in favor of understanding what that looks like. And then just with the school zone, wherever we land on this, I would not be advocating for us to remove any sort of signage that reduces people's awareness of a school in the area, and that children are present, because we've seen, particularly with some of the closures, and I think of Vivian and Stober, there's a lot of kids that are walking a further distance, and so as much as we can signal to that and pair that with reduced speeds, I would welcome. And that's it for me.
Councilor Over.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for coming out, Mike. I do have several questions, as you can imagine. Okay, so staff and counselors have gotten a ton of complaints of people speeding way over the limit. 15 to 60 miles an hour over the limit. And yet we never hear about people going slightly under the limit, like 28 and a 30. Nobody here has ever heard anything about that. I'm assuming nobody in the whole place has ever heard anything like that. So, and that tells me the problem isn't people going close to the speed limit, it's people going 15 to 60 miles an hour over the speed limit. And how would reducing residential speed limit help that, if it would?
The reduction in the speed limit wouldn't itself do anything, but like I said, it would have a lot more streets qualify for traffic calming of some measure, is the biggest
like
outcome.
speed bumps and traffic, yeah, so a lot more money and a lot. So in and itself, it does nothing, quite simply. Okay, talking about complaints, do you think we'll be getting more complaints or less? I'm going with more, and you could contradict me all you want. Because now we're going to actually have more speeders. If the speed limit is 30 and we move it to 25, the people that have been complaining about somebody going 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, wow, I got to use my hands. What can I say? There's just going to be more complaints, I think. Don't you? Would you agree?
I would agree. We're changing the expectation, and so when people's behavior doesn't change, there's going to be more pressure on my group and the police department,
right,
to try to match those expectations.
Right, thanks. And you said that the staff is proposing going to 25. I'm wondering, is this actually an initiative of the staff to go to 25 or even 20? Or is this a response to council and the LAC saying we should go to 20? And you're saying we should, let's go to only 25 instead of going all the way down to 20. So what's your, I don't want to say personal opinion, but why are we changing something that's been out there 75 years or more, is tried and true, and suddenly now in 2024 we're going, oh yeah, we should lower this. So does the traffic engineering department really think this is going to be something important? Or are you responding to what's going on here?
I'd like to speak to that first, and then I'll ask Mike to comment. I can assure you that this is independent thought by the staff. As Mayor Pro Tem said, we've been working on this for a year and a half. And as you know, we've come to council on 3 different occasions to discuss this over that year and a half period. And And we didn't necessarily agree with all the LAC proposals, and we focused on two in particular because many of the others that they had commented on were already incorporated into processes that we already have. So I would say that initiated some independent thought. This is not a response or trying to meet somebody's particular expectation.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just add, I was guilty of delaying this a little bit to the response to the LAC because we were doing the Safe Streets for All grant. And that's taking much longer than we anticipated, working with Jefferson County and the other agencies. And so we got to a point where we weren't sure when that was really going to officially kick off. And so we felt we owed it to the city and to council to get back to the LAC recommendations and not just let them keep dragging on and on longer.
Okay. How much do you think it'll cost? Do you have an estimate of how much it'll cost to change our signs?
I don't have an estimate. It's not going to be a huge dollar amount because most of the residential streets aren't signed already.
Right.
So there'll just be some information signs like you've probably seen if you've been around Denver neighborhoods where they just announce, or even Jefferson County as you drive into the neighborhood, you know, all local streets are this amount.
Right. But there are signs that will have to be changed.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. In the Boulder study that you mentioned, where speeds actually went up, do you know if they changed it to 20? Did they change it a lot, or did they just change it a little? And I'm just asking that because we're talking about changing it to 25 or to 20, so it'd be useful information.
Boulder went from 25 to 20.
So not much at all. Okay. I'll skip that one. And on one slide, you listed the Lakewood traffic crash fatalities. Sorry. For instance, in 2021, it was 18, in 2022 it was 17, 2023 it was 19. Were these, I think I know the answer, but were these mostly the drivers of the cars that are getting killed, or is it mostly the pedestrians? Or was it only the pedestrians that you're including in that statistic?
It's a mix. Obviously, as we've presented before, a lot of the Colfax fatalities tend to be pedestrians that were hit by cars. But there's some motorcycles in there, there's other vulnerable users, but there are some auto crash fatalities as well.
Okay, but we're only looking at changing the speed limit on residential streets, so I'm not so sure the other ones count. Because you had a grand total of 1 fatality on all our residential streets in 4 years. And that one was the driver, I'm assuming. I didn't really hear, but yeah. And he was going way over the limit, so he doesn't care if we change anything. So if we're not going to improve the number of fatalities, why change the speed limit? Why reduce it? I mean, it doesn't look like we're going to do anything by this.
Well, as I said, there's roughly 10% or a little less than 10% of injury crashes, you know, and injuries can be pretty traumatic to people as well. So, I mean, there's the potential to do some good. I'm just a little cautious on how much people are willing to change and help us create things safer for other people without physical improvements.
On that, this safety factor slide, the famous one, I'm not going to ask you a question, but if I looked at 30 and 25 and thinking 30, okay, but what you said earlier was that in reality we're only going to reduce the speed 1 to 2 miles an hour. So if we went from, I'm looking at that and dropping a line, and quite simply at like 28 miles or 30 miles an hour, it's to 28 miles an hour, it's a 2% increase or decrease in the number of accidents or something like that. And so that's just a rounding error to me. So I just don't see that as being useful, or as, you know, if we're doing data driven, that's just rounding. So that doesn't help me at all on getting to a conclusion. Let's see. One of the things I've noticed, well, let's just this. Does Lakewood or the state or the feds have a program that you know of to help people, or educate people would be the right word, to not walk in front of cars? And I've asked that seriously because I've never seen a pedestrian accident, but I know they exist. But I have seen people walking in front of me, often it seems. And so what we're doing here seems to be trying to penalize drivers. And it looks to me more like we need to educate pedestrians to not walk in front of cars. And so do you know of any programs at all we can utilize there? Or are ongoing programs?
I can't think of any awareness programs, but there are federal grant opportunities available for somebody to propose a program if that was an endeavor we wanted to take on. A lot of those enforcement are done more with the police department, so.
Okay. All right, let's go into two last questions. Has the sustainability people taken a look at this proposal? And I'm asking, since you pointed out the fuel economy is dropping, the emissions increase at lower speeds. So quite simply, you add those two together and reducing our speed limit, if it gets people to slow down, will actually increase global warming. So I would think the sustainability people would raise a stink over this, or at least point it out that this is not there's a downside to this. So has the sustainability people spoken up about this at all?
I'm not aware if anybody in that group, I haven't got any feedback from anybody in that group, either positive or negative to this point.
All right. Well, I've heard that global warming's a problem, so you would think they would speak up. And that's enough. I have a few others, but I should let other people go.
Thank you, Councilor Over. Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
I don't know if I have quite the list of questions that were just shared by my colleague here. I, along with Councilor Sherazai, am very interested in seeing the 20 miles an hour. I think this point around injury and how intense injury is for folks is really necessary. And I would like to gently remind my colleague that it does not feel like a rounding error if you or a loved one is who was in that accident when it comes to why these numbers are significant. And that I think when we're really looking at pedestrian safety in residential streets in particular, we're thinking about how are we allowing children to play in front yards. We're thinking about how are we allowing neighbors to collect and spend time with each other in their front yards, and having slower traffic also allows for that the feeling of welcomeness on streets for people. And so in addition to the really critical potential life-saving and certainly injury-saving measures here, I think that that's another thing to keep in mind, that this is also a community building technique. So I wanted to ask the question about school zones. I think it was already brought up, which is just, I believe that school zones aren't just that they're slower, but there's other mechanisms of enforcement. Is that correct? Like your penalty for speeding in a school zone is more than the same amount of speeding in not a school zone.
Yeah, usually it's double.
Great. So yeah, I would think in regards to that, still calling attention to the fact that you are in a school zone if you are driving with pretty traditional school zone signs, like leaving those essentially, I think is still appropriate, given that while maybe the speed limit isn't different, your penalty and also your awareness needs to be increased when you're in a school zone. And I think that the other question that I had was the question about signs and sort of the cost, but also the timing. So if we are doing, like in the Denver model, where there's signage essentially at the major entrances to our city to start, and maybe we escalate from there with signage if needed in replacing signs. what would be like the timeline of how quickly we would like to see those things go up? And I ask that question just for transparency to my colleagues up here and to staff, not just in regards to this measure, but then in our next measure, thinking about enforcement mechanisms and the community's ability to know what's coming to them, and that public awareness timeline being necessary.
I feel pretty confident that within a month of enacting that our sign shop can replace the signs necessary and install the educational signs in most major areas.
Okay, excellent. And I also just want to double down on this idea that additional traffic calming and pedestrian safety mechanisms as we continue this conversation is very welcome, I think, by many of my colleagues, and I know that Mayor Pro Tem already mentioned that as well. Thank you.
Councilor LeBure.
Thank you, Mayor. To our last councilor's point, I think the point's well taken. I think some of the idea behind this is not just for the safety aspect, but also for the cultural aspect and the community expectation aspect. You know, I can say from personal experience, you know, I walk probably 2 miles on a regular basis throughout the neighborhood. And I do walk through the neighborhood in particular because, you know, the collector streets are not particularly inviting. They're loud, cars are flying down the road, and, you know, so you'd rather get out of the traffic areas. But in the neighborhoods, you know, cars are still going relatively fast. The sidewalks are not very well complete, and we have those old style sidewalks. I forgot what Charlie used to call them all the time. The Hollywood sidewalks, yeah. So we got the skinny sidewalks. It feels very much when I'm walking to the other side of the neighborhood that I'm not really invited to enjoy the experience. You know, my wife's walking on the sidewalk. I'm walking in the road. Cars are blowing by. So I think what we're trying to do is talk a little bit about that. The cultural shift, the change in expectations. This is a community. We want to be a walkable community that's safe and inviting. So I think that's part of the goal here. But the safety aspect, of course, is front and center, and that's an important element. So I just wanted to flag that. But you brought up something. You mentioned a little bit about traffic, my common devices, and I don't have the budget right in front of me, and I was trying to get it to load. So I was just curious if you have the number on the top of your head about what that budget looks like. And I don't know if that has changed over the years or has remained relatively stagnant. And if you don't have the numbers, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I was just curious.
I don't have the number on the spot, but if memory serves, it's between 150 and 200 for usually what we pay for the traffic safety.
Okay. And if you had, we're talking about other strategies, right? We're talking about speed enforcement, we're talking about red lights today and other things. And I know we haven't really discussed, how those things would be funded and where that revenue would potentially go if there was any additional revenue. But I am curious if there was additional funding for traffic calming devices, whether or not there's staff capacity really to put more of that equipment out there or more of those traffic calming devices out in the community. And if you need me to rephrase that question, let me know.
I mean, there's some capacity because we have to do the studies, whether that gets approved or not. So, I mean, we're pretty much already doing the studies. It just gets into the implementation part and what the selection is. We are working on kind of a new toolbox for traffic calming that we're hoping to bring to you as part of Safe Streets for All. One potential complication has been our discussions with West Metro Fire and some of their emergency response times, depending on the road and how many speed humps we'd be looking to add to it. They've shown some concern for their response times. I know in Willow Springs neighborhood in the county that they're actually actively trying to get speed humps removed.
Not only just speed humps, but also like those islands that you see in between. Is that something that would also be included in that budget?
Yes. The islands we put out on Garrison and the one down by Bear Creek High School, those are running $50,000-ish a piece.
Okay.
So it chews up a lot of budget to put in the median islands.
Okay. Great, thanks, appreciate it. I just want to flag that and bring it up because obviously we're talking about budget stuff now and we're going to continue to talk about that. But I think even longer term, I think we need to figure out strategies to just increase funding overall to the general fund, but also to these other tertiary, programs within that. And I know obviously Tabor is up this election year. We'll see how that goes. But I think we'll have to continue to find new strategies to figure out ways to fund these things. So I wanted to just bring that up.
If I could add one comment to that, I think you may want to consider evaluating the council-approved policies for traffic calming, and we would have probably made that a recommendation in this very staff memo, but because we are already committed and involved in the safe streets for all, I think it makes more sense for us to be an active participant in that. Will probably be a lengthy review, and that would give us time to come back either in the revised budget timeframe or in the 26 budget as we see how that begins to unfold. And Mike will be back in front of you on December 4th to give you an update on Safe Streets for All, because that is one of your objectives, and it's one of the things that Ms. Hodgson tracks, and we do report to you on a quarterly basis. So you'll see Mike's bright and shiny face again on December 4th.
Well, we can't wait. Thanks.
Councilor Sinks and Councilor Cruz.
Thank you. In the staff memo, in the background information, it says Lakewood staff proposes a stepped approach from 30 to 25 miles an hour, and then to allow drivers a period of time to accept the new speed limit, etc. So any idea about the period of time? And would you talk about how long we might be in the 25 until, and if there are any factors you foresee, and also if the safe streets for all would play a part in when we might go down, when and if we go down to 20? So, thanks.
That is the biggest component of my uneasiness right now of giving you a strong recommendation. I know from talking to our police department and my staff what we feel, but knowing that we're trying to do this as a region, at least in Jefferson County among all the agencies, and we're just almost starting that process. We haven't started it really at all. They're in the consultant selection process. That's where I don't know if we're the only agency that's recommending 25 and everybody else wants to move to 20. I think it makes sense for uniformity to move to 20. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's where some of the uneasiness comes. As far as how long, Denver it's so far back in their records we couldn't find when they went to 25. We went back at least through the 90s, and they were at 25. Golden technically went from 30 to 20, but when talking to their traffic engineer, most of their residential neighborhoods were already signed at 25, and so he was thinking it was in the 5, 7, 10-year range that most of the residents or residential areas were at 25. So that was my initial thought, was it may take 5 to 10 years to get people to accustom when you look at the studies around other places that have tried it. But we just have to see how people respond,
Right. And I suppose the council could decide to bring it, let's say, in 2 years and say, let's go down to 20, and we don't have to wait for anything like that then. So again, the choices are keep it at 30, go to 25 for a while, and then wait to go to 20, or boom, go to 20 right now. So lots of choices. Thank you.
Councilor Cruz.
Thank you. Yes, and do want to echo the gratitude for all of the work that has been put in by staff and our LAC counterparts, and I know folks on council. I remember watching the LAC presentation before I was on council. So this is certainly the culmination of a long time of work. So there are a couple of things I wanted to get clarification on based on the presentation. One piece that I just wanted to check in with you about was for the Boulder example that you referenced. I thought in the presentation on Lakewood Speaks, you had potentially mentioned that they like miscategorized the street. It was supposed to be a collector street and they changed it. So like that was the reason that people were speeding more so necessarily than the speed limit. Did I hear that correctly or was that incorrect?
The engineer at Boulder's speculating that it's kind of a cut through over to Highway 93, and so people treat it more like a collector, even though it's technically a residential. Like us, they haven't updated their street classifications in quite a while, so that was his speculation, that he thinks people treat it more like a collector just because of its typical usage than a local street.
Great, thank you. I think that was helpful context for me in understanding that kind of irregularity in the data. And then the other clarification that I was interested in, you were mentioning that 90% of streets would qualify. Are you talking about the streets that you've studied or just in general for the speed limit conversation?
So yeah, I went through all our studies we've done in 2024, and so I just looked at their results and using our existing policy, how many of them would qualify at 25 and how many would qualify at 20.
Okay, great. So I think that's just helpful for folks to understand. I think that my guess would be that there's some selection bias in some of the streets that people have concerns about, probably about speeding, that folks might be speeding more on those streets. So I think it's important that it might be a lot, and I know you all get a lot of requests, and I know this is not necessarily the place for that, but do want to echo that I think our budget should reflect what we need to make a lot of those changes, and definitely open to the prioritization conversation that you put on the table going forward. Another question I just wanted to ask briefly based on a comment on Lakewood Speak, since you were referencing that, was conversations in the LAC report kind of noted the deterrence from walking and biking as another kind of complication of speeding. Was that something that you all took into your analysis when putting this together, potentially?
We didn't look too deep into detriments to why people walk. I mean, we're a pretty suburban area outside of a few specific areas like Belmar. So I think the biggest difference you see between some of the north wards and the south wards is the amount of pedestrian infrastructure. But I think the other thing you see is the streets are wider and there are different development styles. A lot of the south is more curvilinear from like the 70s typical stuff, where the north section seems to be a more grid area. So I mean the development style or street style is different as well, so that can lead to different outcomes as well.
Great, thank you. That's helpful to learn. Yeah, and I know when Ms. Gritton has given us some information on, biking, that there's like 60% of the population almost, right, that's interested in biking but concerned about biking, and I know speed is one of those pieces, and reducing our vehicle miles traveled is a big sustainability priority, and how you do that is getting people in other modes of transportation, but I'll stop on that. Another question that I just wanted to ask was regarding the conversation around speed humps and West Metro Fire. Will there potentially be expansion of the speed cushions or some of the other types of traffic calming measures that are less problematic for emergency or first responder vehicles as well?
Yes, so we've got 2 locations with cushions built, a third one going through the petition process to get West Metro Fire more comfortable with them. But that's our hope, that once they become more comfortable with them, that we can expand that. But to date, they still want to review every location we want to put those at.
Okay, thanks, that's helpful. And then finally, I know, Mr. Kirschbaum, you were mentioning that there would have been an ordinance update request in this had it not been for kind of some of the delays in the Safe Streets for All. Is that something potentially that will be on the table in in December or moving forward that we can expect or that we can support on?
Safe Streets for All, like I say, the consultant's just going through advertisement selection process. So I would guess it's going to be midsummer before we really get in front of you. For the first part of that conversation, they've got to hit every council in the Jeffco area. So it's going to be probably a year-long process before it really comes to a head and you have your Vision Zero type plan.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Ryan.
Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation. This is incredibly helpful. And I know I have gone back and forth and then heard a mix of residents on whether it should be 25 or 20. And I wanted to pick up on a comment that you made that you have some concerns about the 25. I'm guessing you'd have the same concerns about the 20 because you're just not unsure what direction that some of our sister cities are going.
Well, we're kind of the outlier right now when it comes to 30. So
Absolutely.
going to 25, I don't have any qualms about it all.
Okay.
I just don't know if going through the Safe Streets for All process, if at the end of that, we're going to come up with a different recommendation as a group instead of individual agencies.
Would you or the city have qualms with going to 20 at all? If we said tonight, I mean, that's the indication we have from at least one counselor. And so I'm just trying to find out, is the city okay if we go all the way to 20 instead of 25?
As I said, I think you're setting up my department, the police department, to have a really tough life because you're setting up an expectation that over and over it's shown doesn't happen. And so we're going to need a lot more tools to get people to do that we don't currently have.
And what tools would you need from us to, now or over time give to you so that if this is something that council wants to make as policy, that you're in a position to be able to enact this without the concerns that you have and that your first responders have?
Yeah, it all goes down to how do we get drivers uncomfortable so that they slow down? And so you've heard me say before, narrowing roadways, which we've started on with Garrison is a good example, but you've seen all the pushback from the locals on that as well. People don't like change, and we're going to ask them to have to do hard change to get to 25, and it's going to be really hard changes to get people to do 20. And so it's going to be problematic if we set an expectation that we can't meet without lots of budget and lots of enforcement and lots of education.
And I think you shared, and thank you for sharing it, the history for Denver was they did have 25 and then went down to 20 before. They went from 20 to 25, I'm sorry, 25 to 20. They didn't go directly from 30 to 20. They did increments over time. Do you think that was useful for them to do it for the reasons that you just explained?
Yeah, I think I did the analogy before where when you're in a rural town and you want to get from 55 down to 30, you don't do it at one spot. It's shown through data that if you reduce a part of the roadway down to 45 for a while or 40, and then you go to 30 later, that people comply, where when you go from 50 to 30, they don't comply as much. And to me, it's a very similar analogy.
And I know there'll be a discussion point here. I just want to echo, I think, the excellent point that Councilor Sherazai and Matt Guerrero, and I suspect others, but I don't mean to leave anybody out. With respect to school zones, whatever the speed limit is that we end up at, I think we need to keep the signage about the school zones and not tinker with that aspect of it. And then to Councilor Cruz's point and then others, again, whatever that we do, I hope that we will find some money in the budget whether it's this budget or the next budget, to pair it with other measures, whether it's calming measures or not. The city was very kind. We were having difficulty around a particular park, and they already had speed limit signs that were electronic to tell you how fast you're going. And to folks who abide by the speed limit, I think that was a helpful and useful step to remind all of us, slow down a little bit. To folks who are maybe not so apt to follow that, it was really not having any effect. It's really the calming measures that have made an immediate difference that I've noticed. It's just been a short period of time. So whatever we do, I hope that we will pair it with that and not expect that just by reducing the speed limit that will have a meaningful impact. But thank you for your time and helpfulness on those questions.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Before I start our second round of questions, I have one question. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for all the work that you've done, the LAC has done. I know a lot of us have done a lot of stakeholding conversations with community members over the last couple of years around this topic and the next topic. So thank you very much for contributing to that. It's no secret we have a lot more cars on our roads, and there is with that a lot more conflict. And I think that's, for me anyway, where I come from, wanting to find a solution that will help slow the roll and make our community on a number of streets safer. One question that I have, I remember driving through Denver after they had changed theirs and seeing that they had yard signs. And I wondered if that might be a way, and maybe this is a rhetorical question, I don't know that I necessarily need an answer back, but that could be a way that the community is actually helping do the outreach and the education of each other. It reminds you a lot when you drive by a neighbor's house that says 20 is plenty, or whatever it might say. So that would be, I don't know if that would be something that we might be able to offer through our neighborhood support group or something like that. So that an idea that I had that came up that really would help. I do believe the number of residents that I've heard from over time wanting safer streets, that there would be some that would be interested in doing this to help their neighbors be aware of the changes. I don't know if that would be something where we're selling them at cost to our community members. It may be hard to come up with that for free, but I remember the signs very vividly, and that was years ago. So that's all I have. I have Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai and then Councilor Over.
Thank you. Thanks so much for answering all these questions. For me, it really comes down to the safety slide, the reduction from 23% to 10% when we start to get to that 20 mile per hour and below. I can appreciate the tiered approach, but Denver did it for at least 30 years in the way that we look at our streets and how we want complete streets and less car-centric, less victim blaming for pedestrians who are hit by cars, I think is important for us. And so for that reason, I'd love to make a motion to amend in section, sorry. So for that reason, I think that there is an importance for us to really think about that 20 mile per hour, because the reductions is such a difference in fatality. And we are talking in whole numbers about fatality, but we're also talking about injuries and things like that. And so that Vision Zero, we've done terribly at it at a regional approach, and there is quite a bit of research that shows that most people understand fatalities to happen at the highway speeds, but really it's those slow speeds that kill. And I think it's a positive direction for us to be continuing the conversation, and I'm really hopeful for that. I guess my biggest question is just around you all and your perspective on the difference between that reduction and that safety slide from the 10 to 23%. Does that have an impact on your direction? And when you start to think about the safe streets for all, and we don't have a crystal ball, we don't really know, but Is there any indication that those conversations at the 20 mile per hour are happening in some of our other neighboring communities?
I mean, Golden was a recent change, so obviously they've been going through that. I think with the university there and their downtown, they're a little bit different animal than most of Lakewood, but they have some areas that are similar. I'm not sure where the other agencies are right now. Like I say, we have our Jeff Tag meetings, but there really hasn't come up in those. And I think everybody's kind of been waiting for Safe Streets for All to really get at, where we can come to a consensus on it.
Do you think that if we were to go to 20, hypothetically speaking, and our neighboring cities, some are at 20 and some decide to go to 25, does that inconsistency cause problems in the implementation of Safe Streets for All with that difference in that 5 miles per hour?
If you're just trying to have a program to talk about, I don't think there's any difference. If we're really serious about getting people to drive what we ask them, I think there's a big difference in that 5, because right now we're closer to that 28 to 30, and to get them to get to 25 is one thing, and to get them to get to 20 is a whole nother harder task to do.
Counselor Over.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick questions. Speed humps, that's been brought up already. I've noticed there's a 15-mile-an-hour sign at all the speed humps that I've seen in Ward 4. Why 15? I would think they're there to slow the people down to the speed limit that's there. And I think they're there because people are going over the speed limit. And so why do we go to 15 instead of designing those speed humps for whatever the speed limit is?
Because we're trying to get people's average as they go down the road to get closer to what we want. You will notice some of the speed cushions, either on Dartmouth or Gladiola, that you can go through them faster. But even on the old speed humps, you will find that people slow down for them, but then they increase their speed even sometimes faster than they used to be to make up for that lost time. So it's just kind of a weird human psychology experiment to try to get them to slow down a little bit more than we're asking them to, so that their average speed over the whole segment's about what we want them to be.
All right. So you're saying with I've gone down Dartmouth because you mentioned it previously, and I like those better. So in the future, we're going to try to match the speed humps to what the speed limit is, as opposed to average. Because the other problem, of course, with speed humps is then you have people slowing down, and the neighbors hear it, and then they hit the gas after they go boom, 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 and the trucks go boom, boom, boom over it. And so I'm not so sure that we need to go to 15 there, but to the speed limit. So anyway, the question is, are we planning on, in the future, following up like Dartmouth and Gladiola?
No, the speed cushions are really meant for the higher speeds, like the collector type roadways, so that they're not more impactful.
Right.
Depending on where our conversation goes with West Metro Fire, we may have to open up speed cushions on local streets as a compromise to get some sort of calming, even though it's not what we'd want to get the speeds down to the 20. But that's an example of things you might be able to do if you're trying to get to 25 versus 20. I mean, to get to 20, you're gonna have speed humps very often,
right,
to get the average down to 20.
Right. Well, okay. I think you answered it. The other question is, are there plans to study this, like a before and after? So are you looking now at what the speeds really are on a certain streets, and then after the change happens, are you planning on looking what they changed to, so that like in a year or so you can come back to council and say, okay, this is what you did, this is what happened?
Yes, there would be a report back just for this specifically. But all our traffic counts, we try to do at the same locations we've done in past studies. And so you can go on the website and look at locations on certain streets and it'll show you different years we've done studies, so you can see how things have changed over the years.
Okay, traffic counts include speed?
A lot of times they include speed, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't actually have questions for staff. I do have a couple of thoughts on the question in front of us, so I can do that now, or I can hold off if other folks have questions for staff first. All right. Thanks for the presentation. Very helpful. You know, truthfully, on this question of 20 versus 25 miles per hour, reflecting, the broader community here in Lakewood, I think I came to this with an open mind. And I saw the split. In the study session we had, I saw both sides of sort of 20 versus 25. So I did a lot of research on this. And my bottom line conclusion here is actually pretty definitive. Lowering the speed limit actually works, and there's quite a bit of data to support that. That's based on multiple evaluations in cities across America and across the world over the last 2 decades. It really does have at least some impact, and it really does save lives. That's true moving from 30 to 25. It's also true when you move from 25 to 20, which aligns with the LAC recommendations and aligns with where Denver and Golden is. Briefly, a 20-year UK study shows that 20 miles per hour residential zones reduce road casualties by 42% compared to zones at 30 miles per hour. And injuries to pedestrians and cyclists were reduced by over half. And that includes a matched comparison group analysis where they're literally looking at 20 versus 30 miles per hour. A study in New York found a less dramatic but meaningful drop in road casualties associated with going to 20 miles per hour. A study of reducing speed by roughly 5 miles per hour in Edmonton, Alberta found a 50% reduction in fatal and injury crashes and a 26% reduction in total crashes. Some conversion issues with kilometers to miles per hour in some of these international studies, but a recent rigorous evaluation compared residential zones at 20 versus 25 miles per hour in Toronto and found very persuasive, not completely conclusive, but very persuasive evidence that areas with the 20 miles per hour speed limit on average have meaningfully larger reductions in crashes and fatalities. One study found savings of $15 per resident in the US healthcare system at 20 miles per hour. And honestly, these studies just make sense. As has already come up, pedestrians stuck, we heard from Mr. Whitaker about sort of the meaningful reductions from 30 to 20. I've seen studies that show that that effect is actually even more dramatic. Westward reported on FHWA data that a pedestrian is 90% likely to survive a direct hit by a car traveling 20 miles per hour, but only 50% likely to survive a car when it's traveling at 30 miles per hour. That's a huge distinction. This question of a rounding error and 1 or 2 miles per hour not making much difference. I've seen academic research that shows that just a 1 mile per hour drop can reduce pedestrian fatality odds by 15%. So that's nothing to sniff at. And then there's the obvious pushback of, well, does reducing the speed actually change behavior? This is a studyable question, and the answer is yes. Studies in South America, New Zealand, Europe, and North America all show that reducing speed limits actually do cause some cars to slow down. Not everyone, but enough that it really does make a big difference in all of these studies. So for all of those reasons, I'm enthusiastic about this. I really appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem pushing this. I think this is a useful discussion, but I think the body of evidence on this is pretty decisively behind the idea that this does make a difference, and that 20 miles per hour is where we should be. It also reflects what I've heard from a lot of our constituents. I've heard about this over and over again from folks in Ward 3 who are very, very concerned about excessive speeding on their residential streets. Now, look, I don't want to suggest this is just a silver bullet or going to solve the problem. I think, and this has already come up repeatedly, this is one step that we should take. But it's very important to be paired with traffic calming measures. Frankly, Mr. Whitaker sort of talks about how moving to 20 will put a lot of residential speeds potentially in play for traffic calming. And Mr. Whitaker, I guess I'd say don't threaten me with a good time. I think we should be having that discussion about a lot of our streets. I think there's a lot of areas, and a lot of my constituents in Ward 3 would really like to see us look at using things as simple as paint and where we position medians and all of the best practices that the strong town folks over the last decade have really shown has an effect to calm traffic. So we shouldn't just stop at reducing speed limits. And of course, it's fair that the bulk of the problem is not on residential streets. It's on arterials and collectors, so we shouldn't pretend that this is just going to solve the issue. But, to the point that Councilor Cruz already brought up, we've got a lot of folks in Lakewood that want to do more biking, that want to walk more, and making our residential streets meaningfully safer, as the evidence shows this step will do, is a worthwhile effort. So I think we should be data-based about this. I think there's a very strong case that we move to 20, and I'm excited to vote on that tonight.
Okay, I would ask if we could go to our public hearing. Did you have something else you wanted to add?
I just have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So thank you for your expertise. And if we went to 20, so I think of my street and this person that speeds down the street at who knows what, 35, 40. And if we go to 20, so how are we going to monitor these streets where there will be so much, there's already speeding? How would we monitor that? How would we catch them? How would we, there's so many neighborhood streets. So, and again, I understand traffic calming and all, but it boils down to speeding tickets, right? And we don't have the police to enforce, so many neighborhood streets. So any thoughts on that about enforcement of 20 miles per hour on neighborhood streets?
I think enforcement's hard. Your next presentation is going to talk about Avis, automated enforcement, but the legislature's capped that at 10 over. So it gets back to how are we going to get people to do the 20 that you're asking them to do. And in the real world, you got to make them uncomfortable enough that they're not going to do the 40, whether that's vertical deflection, constriction of the roadway. People hate it when I talk about parking on narrow streets, but that's proven in Belmar all the time that not a lot of high speeds in Belmar because you're constricted. And so we've been trying more of those engineering solutions. And as I'm sure you get the same results I do, a lot of the neighbors really hate them and don't like it. But that's what we got to do if we're really trying to get to those streets where the outcomes are what we're looking for.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and open our public hearing this evening. Mr. Bruce, you are up for public comment on this topic.
Hi, my name is Brad Bruce. I live in Ward 2. I support this amendment. I think this change is one small step towards both improving public safety and hopefully reducing the car-centric nature of development in Lakewood. The more people who feel safer to walk and bike in our neighborhoods, the more people will do it. In response to why this change is necessary now, in 2023, the average new car sold in the United States weighed in at 4,329 pounds, which is an increase of about 1,000 pounds from the average in 1980, a 31% increase. There has also been a 47% increase in vehicle registration since 1990. We all saw the graph that showed how deaths increase as vehicle speed increases, but almost the same thing occurs as vehicle weight increases. The force of any moving object can be determined by multiplying the acceleration by the mass of that object, and an increase in either will result in a larger force. Because the federal government is completely uninterested in regulating vehicle weights, we have no choice but to reduce the speed of these vehicles. That doesn't even take into consideration the reduced visibility of pedestrians within these larger vehicles. I am someone who's fortunate enough to own my car, but I also try to ride my bike and use the bus and train as often as possible. The limiting factor for where I can go on my bike is not distance, but danger from motorists. I have multiple friends who have been hit while riding their bicycles on public roads, so the fear of cars is a real fear among the public. As someone who walks or bikes in Lakewood almost daily, I have seen firsthand how aggressive drivers in Lakewood can be. Just yesterday, I experienced 2 separate incidences of drivers honking at me as I was crossing the street in a crosswalk because I had the audacity to cross a street in front of their vehicle. It is imperative that we work to make Lakewood less car dependent, not only because of public safety, but because personal vehicles make up about 28% of total U.S. greenhouse gas emissions. Reducing speeds is only one small piece of a larger system change that is required to make our community safer and more walkable. I'm happy with a reduction to 25, or actually, I'm going to take that back. I support 20 miles per hour just based on what Councilman Lowe said. So please pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. I'm guessing we have Mr. Thormsgaard ready. All right, come on up.
Hello, my name is David Thormsgaard. I live in Ward 1. As someone who bikes and walks around as well as runs sometimes, I somewhat selfishly would rather see a speed limit of 20 miles per hour used rather than 25. But I also understand the tough position that puts the city in, and with deciding where to prioritize, and does that take away some resources from the places on the arterials where real improvements could make a large difference? And I just also wanted to acknowledge that it's all of our responsibility, not just the speed limit. We shouldn't think like, oh, the speed limit's all that can happen. I think if everyone walks and bikes more, I think more cars will think to look for people walking and biking, and I do think that lowering it to 20, if we can get that to be the new norm for people to drive, I think it will be more enjoyable. And I'm appreciative of the mention of traffic calming. That was my biggest point. If we lower it to 25 or 20, maybe the speed limit doesn't cause that big a change, but if more traffic calming can be used, then maybe more speeds will be affected. So I think that's good. But I'm excited that Lakewood is going to make some change tonight, wherever that should be. And I'm grateful for all the things that the city staff has done to make improvements already, like the Jewel and Hoyt improvements there. If you look at the geometry, the sharp corners will make it so that cars are a lot less likely to be speeding into that movement, and more likely to see someone crossing. So I think I'm grateful for all the improvements in that city, and that Lakewood really prioritizes this. And I hope that the community can improve Tabor, so that way we can continue investing in public works improvements in the future. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in chambers that would like to speak on this topic? And a quick reminder online, Lakewood Speaks is open and accepting comments on this topic tonight as well. And a reminder for council, we do have a couple of new ones that have come in this afternoon. So with that, may I please get a motion? We'll close public hearing, and may I please have a motion?
I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2024-24 on second and final reading.
Second. All right, we have a motion on the table and a second. Do we have any additional discussion on this motion? Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
Yes, apologies for jumping ahead earlier, but I would like to ask for consideration of amendment to section 10.15.010 B2 on page 2, amending 25 miles per hour in a residence district to 20 miles per hour.
Second. Counselor Stewart.
Oop, thank you. I just haven't spoken yet tonight and wanted to signal my support for this amendment down to 20 for all of the reasons that many of my counselors have said. Thank you so much for that additional map on injuries. The section that was pulled out is predominantly Ward 3 and a little bit of Ward 2 above Alameda in the O'Kane Park area. And I, like Councilor Lowe, have heard from a lot of our constituents, frankly, for years, since I was first running for city council a few years ago around this, and the significant decrease to the likelihood of not only death, but serious injury as well, the more that we reduce speed limits. And I just am very cognizant of the fact that we need to pair this with things like enforcement, with traffic calming, and many, many other things. But I do really believe that this is a good step. It is a data-driven step. It feels like the right step that I can take to advocate for my community tonight. So I will be a yes on this amendment.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and make a vote. And the reminder is the vote will be on the amendment. We are not yet voting on the full ordinance. You guys are going to kill me with your ninja hands up. Councilor Ryan, I'll back up everything I just said. Councilor Ryan, you're up.
Thank you. And I know a lot of folks have already made up their minds on this. I agree that the speed limit needs to be reduced. And I've heard from folks mixed, as I mentioned before, as to whether it should be 25 or 20. What I'm hearing from our staff is that, and they have studied this issue, is that they believe that 25 is the correct place to be at, and that within 1 year we'll have more information as to whether 25 should stay or whether it should go down to 20 miles an hour. The data that we have certainly does say that the slower that a car hits a pedestrian, the slower that the car is going, the less likely you're going to have a fatality or less severe injury. Absolutely no question about that. What the data doesn't show is if we drop from 30 to 20 directly, without doing that incremental step that all the other cities have taken in the area, whether you're going to get the result that we all want, and that is for folks to actually slow down and for us to have less fatalities and injuries or less severe injuries. My concern is by going directly dropping 10 miles an hour as opposed to this 5 mile now, and then take a look and see what are our partners doing around the area as to whether that's going to have meaningful impact. Instead, perhaps we're going to have the opposite effect. We heard from the city that perhaps that Boulder this has not gone well for Boulder. I do hope that however we vote, whether it's 25 or 20, that again, as a number of folks have mentioned, I just want to signal my support that we not tinker with the school zones and that we absolutely have to pair this with something else. We should be under no illusion that changing signs alone is going to be enough. It's a step in the right direction. I absolutely agree with that. I just worry that dropping this by 10 miles an hour, according to the city, that this is a problem. And from talking to some of our first responders during the National Night Out, they also had concerns. And so for us to just rush into this, I worry that that's going to be an issue.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for a vote. So again, here we are voting on the amendment. So a yes vote would mean changing the ordinance to 20. We've not passed the full ordinance yet, but the amendment would be changing it to 20 from 25. That is a yes vote. A no vote would be keeping it at 25. All right, and that passes 9 yeses, 2 noes, the noes being Counselor Ryan and Counselor Sinks. Counselor Over?
Oh, are we going into more discussion? I'm sorry. I'll turn that on. Are we going into more discussion? I didn't want to talk about the amendment. I would just have more to talk
Okay.
about the
Okay,
ordinance.
so the amendment is put to bed, passes 9 yeses, 2 noes, changing it to 20. And then with that, now that I know that your vote was, yes, you have the floor to speak
Okay.
on the ordinance itself.
All right, speaking on the ordinance itself, I have to address a couple of things. There's been nonstop talk about how we're going to reduce fatalities and how this is data-driven, but the data shows that there hasn't been any fatalities on residential streets for 4 years. So as a scientist, I'm a little tired of this is data-driven. It's not data-driven at all. Okay, that was my piece. But I would like to sum up what we're looking at here. The pros and cons of this, everything has pluses and minuses. Okay, so on the plus side, a 5-mile-an-hour change or 10-mile-an-hour change will reduce damage to pedestrians hit by cars. I think that's a given. But we're not sure how often that really actually happens on residential streets, since there haven't been any in 4 years. And there's no statistics on auto pedestrian collisions as to who is at fault. We haven't even talked about that. Or how fast the auto is moving. We have no statistics on maybe half of the crashes were already under 20 miles an hour. Probably not, but you got to think about that. So we don't really know if this change is going to be all that good. And that's all about the pros that there is. It will help the people who get hit by a car, and that's not a bad thing. But if you look at the cons, we're going to contribute to global warming through increased pollution. There's going to be increased fuel costs to drivers because of less miles per gallon or miles per charge. Most everyone is going to become a criminal, as only a minority of drivers will slow down much. There's going to be more road rage as drivers move slower. On this one, it's going to be like, I get tailgated a lot. I'm not that fast of a driver, it turns out. And it bugs me to no end when I look in my rearview mirror and somebody is like sitting like this far away, it seems. It drives me nuts, and so I think we're going to have more road rage just from that, because people some people, not that many, but some people are going to follow the new law. And so they're going to be going down the street at 20, and the other people that are kind of used to going much faster are going to be sitting right on their butts. I don't think the drivers are going to slow down in school zones anymore. I do agree with keeping the signs up, but it's the exact same speed limit now. And so people, nowadays, you come up to a school, it's flashing lights and goes slower, and I think everybody recognizes that, and they will slow down. I think when they come up and there's flashing lights and it says go to the same speed, they're not going to slow down. I think we're going to lose a little bit on that one. The people back to the Boulder study, where the people thought, well, the city is nuts to reduce that. We're just going to ignore this law and go faster. I think we're going to get that. I think it's a little bit like, the broken window scenario that came out of New York City a long time ago, where a little bit of something out of kilter makes everything out of kilter. I think there's going to be more complaints. We'll get more complaints, and I think it's obviously going to cost some money. I heard the last time I asked that question, it was going to be $70,000, which, we can afford. But I was thinking what else we could do instead of this is we could lower the speed limit at intersections where pedestrians are present. Sounds a little tough, but it's doable. We can install smart lights, let's say flashing lights. I don't think they exist right now, But I'm sure that we could have sensors at intersections that sense when a pedestrian's there, and then the lights go off. We do it with game, like deer crossings and things like that right now. I'm sure we could do it for humans. I'd love to have programs starting in elementary school about how people shouldn't walk in front of a car. It sounds basic, but I'm not so sure we're doing it. I remember when we had things about how we shouldn't be smoking back in elementary school. Don't smoke. Same kind of deal. And addressed all the people that said the cars are getting heavier and faster and that's a danger. I think they're forgetting, and I've been around long enough, the cars in the 60s and 70s, and before that. Remember the 50s with the cars with the giant, we called them boats. They were giant and long and had tail fins, and then the 60s came around and we moved to muscle cars, which were lighter cars but had giant engines. I had one. It was fun. And so I don't see that the cars are really changing that much. And what tells us, or what sets up what cars we have, is the price of gasoline. And for a long time now, gasoline has been really cheap. And so the cars have gotten bigger and bigger, but just, something will happen in the Middle East or somewhere. The price of gasoline will go up, and all of a sudden people will be looking for small cars. And so that'll change that. And so, anyway, I'll be a no vote on this. And that's about all I have to say.
All right, I have no other hands up. So, Councilor Ryan.
Just real quickly, I will be a yes vote on this. I do agree that the speed limit needs to change. I've already expressed my concern as to, but ultimately I want this to work. And to whatever extent that the city believes it needs more money to make sure that this works, I hope they will let the city council know how we can help to make this successful, because ultimately I think all of us want to make sure that this succeeds.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Cruz.
Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that I expressed how excited I am about this ordinance, particularly as amended. I appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem for leading that effort. I think, speed and thinking about protecting our most vulnerable road users is a huge reason about why I ran for council, which was then really affirmed by the number of conversations I had on the doors. And then as a counselor, have had a lot of conversations with constituents who have gone through the traffic study process only to be told people are not going fast enough to qualify, going 27 on their street where they don't want their kids to play, right? And so for those explicit reasons, I'm really excited about this. I think some of the traffic calming measures like lights and other things that have been mentioned, as we were just told by staff, need speed reductions to continue expanding those in the city, and that is what I'm overwhelmingly hearing from people. We just had a ward meeting, and I won't say every single person was super excited, but I would say the majority, over 90% of the people who were there, and we've talked about this at every ward meeting since we started talking about this at our study session. Additionally, I think just wanted to mention that I wanted to echo Councilor Ryan that I think we definitely want to give you all the resources to make this happen. I respect why we want a phased approach, but frankly, we're doing this too late, I think, to take a phased approach at this speed for what my constituents are asking of me, and what I know is honestly a vicious cycle of people don't want to walk or bike because they don't feel safe to, and then there are not data about people walking and biking, and then we do not provide the infrastructure, right? And so this is an important way of getting at the root cause of that problem. And so I'm going to be an enthusiastic yes on this tonight, and look forward to putting in the work to support you all in making this a reality on our streets.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Over.
Real quick. we just had a Ward 4 meeting. Dave and I just had a Ward 4 meeting on Thursday night, and I asked them if they wanted to keep it at 30, and it was almost unanimous that they wanted to do that. So we represent our wards, and I'm proud to do that. So I'm a no.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay, with that, we are back to the ordinance as amended. We have closed the public hearing, I believe. Okay, thank you. And may I please, well, no, we already have a motion on the table. So the vote now is a yes vote would be passing the ordinance, noting that it is amended to 20 miles per hour. No would be not. All right, and that passes 10 yeses, 1 no, the no being Counselor Over. All right, moving on to item 15. Will the clerk please read item 15 into the record?
Item 15, second reading and public hearing for ordinance O-2024-25, adopting Title 10, Chapter 46 of the Lakewood Municipal Code regarding the establishment of an automated vehicle identification system.
Thank you, and I'll note there are some public comments on Lakewood Speaks for this as well. There will also be a staff presentation. What we'll do is listen to a presentation this evening and then open up our public hearing, and then following that with council comments and question. And with that, I will hand the floor over to Division Chief Kester. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. And my name is Anita Kester, and I'm a Division Chief with the Lakewood Police Department. And with me tonight is Patrick Freeman from the City Attorney's Office and the Police Legal Advisor, and Sergeant Ben Barefoot, who's going to try to hide in the back. He is our traffic sergeant with our traffic team. And it's nice to see you all again. Last time I saw you was in April, so it's good to see you all. My presentation tonight is on the Automated Vehicle Identification System, also known as Avis. So throughout the conversation, I will just use Avis as my terminology. And I recognize there are some questions about the program, and I'm optimistic, maybe even hopeful, that many of those questions will be answered throughout the presentation. Our goals of the program. The program's goal is absolutely focused on safety on our roadways, not only for all those that are living in our city, but those who work and also commute throughout our community. It's also consistent with the City Council's goal of Vision Zero to eliminate fatal accidents on our roadway. And the conversation tonight is going to be very much focused on a two-prong approach, really trying to focus on eliminating and reducing the number of traffic collisions in some of our roadways, and then also to the conversation at hand about how do we take care of our neighborhoods, school zones specifically, and how do we manage both of those pieces. But I do think it's really important to talk about how did we get here, because not everyone has been following or maybe has followed the different presentations, because this has been a long time coming. And so I wanted to kind of catch everybody up to where we're at. Started this with a Lakewood Advisory Council recommendation in June of 2023. A staff presentation to City Council in a study session in April of 2024, and at that time the request was to request and develop a presentation regarding the Avis program and to bring that forward in a more ordinance fashion in a program. So the program we talked about is a two-prong approach. We're talking about both having fixed and mobile cameras is the recommendation. These are just photos. There's many different varieties, so please don't, this isn't necessarily the cameras. There's a lot of options, and that's something later on down the road that we would be looking at which cameras specifically. With a fixed camera system, it's on fixed poles at intersections, and we would focus specifically on high collision rates from speed and red light violations. It is absolutely statistic driven. We've been tracking the top 10 accidents in our city for many years, and those are pretty consistent in terms of where our highest accident locations are. And then with the mobile cameras, those are focused on speed enforcement. Many of the programs in the past have been about speed bans. Technology has advanced some, and they are now in a more of this cabinet kind of format on the picture on the left side. So they're more mobile, and it requires less staff. The recommendation from staff is that we focus our speed enforcement in those mobile cameras at schools. And we have a significant community concerns regarding traffic issues around the schools each year. And now, as the conversation was about reducing the speeds to 20 miles an hour and how do we maintain safety in our school zones, this would be one of our approaches. A lot of those community concerns come to our elementary schools, and the recommendation, because these are mobile, that we would rotate around the different schools so that different school zones would have the opportunity to have that impact. We're going to look at traffic statistics, so we're going to have just a full night of traffic is what we're doing here. Traffic collisions, I'm only going to talk about the data from 2023. Traffic collisions, we had 3,213. Injury collisions were 448. And the reason I put at the time of dispatch, because when somebody calls in, if they report it as, and they were passersby, if they did not report it as an injury accident, it was not accounted for as an injury, because the data we received later on scene, and so some of that data is really hard to mine. So if somebody calls in and is a passerby, dispatch will ask, are there injuries? Oftentimes the answer is it's unknown. So that would not come in as an injury accident. Fatal traffic collisions is 20, and I recognize that Mike Whitaker had a number 19. Oftentimes our state numbers, when we make an amendment, it takes sometimes the state 2 years to make those changes. So we did confirm that it was 20 last year, unfortunately. I would like to say it was 19, but it was 20. Top intersections for injury collisions, 6th Avenue, I think that does not surprise anyone in this room, but also West Colfax and Wadsworth, and South Wadsworth Boulevard and West Jewell Avenue. And then last year we were having a lot of conversations about auto pedestrian collisions. There was 149 of those collisions. The top pedestrian collision accidents were in West Colfax Avenue and then also in the Belmar area. Much of the Avis program is legislatively mandated, but the municipal ordinance that we've pushed forward and put forward in addition to the enforcement zones is based on state statute, which there's 2 Senate bills that has been driving this, Senate Bill 23-200 and then Senate Bill 24-195. When I presented to you in April, 24-195 had not passed yet, and it was some additional modifications. But the enforcement zones are very specific as to where they can be. They can be within a school zone, within a residential neighborhood with a speed limit of 35 or less, but that also means that the majority of that roadway has to have homes on them. Within a construction zone, maintenance or repair zone, along a city street that borders a city park, we have plenty of those, and then a street that City Council has designated by resolution as an Avis corridor. The next conversation is going to be what designates an Avis corridor. How do we designate those? Designating an Avis corridor requires 5 years of data. It requires that you look at the number of collisions, that we look at speeding, reckless driving, and community complaints. There is not parameters around how many community complaints, how many collisions you have to have in a specific area. I think the reason the state has put that in as saying it needs to be transparent. We want to show that there's a reason that we're in a specific area and that we're using automated enforcement in a specific area, so no part of our community feels targeted, and that there's transparency behind why we're in those specific areas. I will tell you there is a mistake on this. Avis corridor designation does not have to be on a residential street, so I apologize for that. Designating an Avis corridor requires coordination with CDOT and CSP if it's on a state highway. It requires a permanent sign. I know we were talking about permanent signage. There has to be a permanent sign designating that's an Avis corridor, and then there's additional signage within those parameters specific to the type of camera that you have. And then, of course, it requires a city council designation. Enforcement requirements, and again, these are also legislative mandated. Public information campaign has to happen to announce the program. That has to be on at least the city website. I would recommend that we would do more of a social media push in addition to, but it has to be at minimum on the city website for 30 days prior to installing the equipment. After the equipment is installed for the first 30 days of the program, only warnings can be issued. No fines are attached. Speed enforcement requires posting a temporary or permanent sign a minimum of 300 feet in a conspicuous location. There's also verbiage about the font size that is very specific in terms of that it can't be written real tiny. And then there's a warning for the first offense if it's for between 1 and 9 miles an hour. For the first offense, it's only a warning. And then red light violations require posting a signage of at least 200 feet with a maximum of 500 feet with the same conspicuous location, designation, and font size. The process itself, again, is legislatively mandated. Once the criteria and the violation is met, a series of both images and videos are associated with the violation. Those are captured and archived for review. The violation itself has to be reviewed by 2 independent reviewers and then also a member of law enforcement to ensure the accuracy of the violation, to ensure there is a violation. After the violation is reviewed and approved, a citation is issued to the registered owner of the vehicle via mail. Citation has to be mailed within 30 days of the violation for Colorado license plates, and then within 60 days for out-of-state plates. And again, that citation goes to the registered owner. So the question comes to how do we protest, or is there a method for protesting a violation? The responsible party, who is the registered owner, must request the hearing in writing before the deadline. The deadline will be issued at least 45 days from the issuance of the citation. So for Colorado license plate, the citation has to be issued within 30 days of the violation. And then once the citation goes out, the deadline for paying that fine or making a request for a hearing is at least 45 days from that period. So there's plenty of time for response. And then once the request for a hearing is in place, then a virtual hearing before Lakewood Municipal Court. Civil penalty assessment is also legislatively mandated. That's a common theme throughout this entire presentation. The first 30 days, as I had mentioned, only warnings are issued. Speeding violation, there's a maximum penalty of $40. Red light violation is a maximum fine of $75. Speeding in construction zone, school zone, the maximum fine is $80. Violations are not reported to the Department of Motor Vehicles. No points are accumulated. This is not a criminal, and it does not impact a driving status. Municipalities with Avis programs, we often talk about who else in the state and who else in the Jefferson or Denver metro area has it. There's many of these programs. Westminster is currently evaluating. Wheat Ridge is also currently evaluating. But these are other agencies who have all, Boulder has had a program since 2008. I believe they might be one of the longest. The request had been about statistics. What are the impacts? Are there any statistical drivens as to the success of this, or is there a safety behind it? Looking at Denver's program, these are 2022 results. They were using the speed van for one of these. They did see a 21% decrease in excessive speeding, and they designated excessive speeding at that time as 10 plus miles over the speed limit. At this time, there was not any legislation surrounding this as well, just as a. Of their red light violations, 75% were first-time violations, which indicates that this really does have an impact and changes behaviors because there is not a repetitive nature to that. And then of the collisions in red light, there was a 38% decrease in collisions in those areas. And then of those, there was a 60% decrease in injury accidents and injury collisions. So there is a statistical result that shows that the red light violations or the red light enforcement does have a positive impact on decreasing the number of collisions. Looking at Boulder, Boulder's program has been in effect since 2008. Before 2008, they averaged 21 collisions per month in those chosen intersections. The 11 years between 2008 and 2019, those collisions dropped to 5.61 per accidents in those same intersections. So again, a statistical demonstration that the red light enforcement cameras do have an impact on traffic collisions. Boulder PD, I do know, has moved from, or is moving from 11 red light enforcement cameras to 13, based on the impact it has on safety in their neighborhoods or in their community. Morrison Police Department, just I think many people know, is a new program that they just enacted. They did, because of the area they had, their outcome was based on reducing the collisions in the specific area. And the only way they could do that, because it's not an intersection, was to do speed enforcement. And in the short period, they have shown a 30% decrease in those collisions since the program started in May. But their outcome was, that was their goal, was to reduce the number of collisions in that particular stretch. The budgetary impact, that's another question I know that has come up frequently. It's hard to quantify. There is a wide range depending on what cameras we're using, how many cameras we're using. We could go down, there's multiple vendors. We have not selected a vendor, as that is part of the procurement process and that we work through with finance, and cannot start that process until we know if we're going to purchase cameras. Staff recommendation is for both, using the hybrid model to get us the maximum efficiency and really to focus on safety in our roadways, safety in our intersections, and then again, creating that culture around the schools and really making our roadways and our walkable, especially around the school zones. It will require additional Lakewood staff, because it does, the legislation requires that a member of law enforcement is involved in the reviews. Again, the number of staff is dependent on how large this program is. This program is very scalable, and there is a lot of options within this program. And then the recommendation is to use the program revenue for additional enforcement in some of these arterial roadways to continue to work on and reducing the safety, or reducing the number of collisions, focusing on DUI, pedestrian safety, but then also using any additional funds, or if there is any revenue, on the traffic calming and focusing on roadway safety. And I know that was part of the conversation. It's kind of nice how these two conversations really kind of bridge together tonight. But we could use some of those revenues to supplement the budget for traffic calming efforts as well. And that is the presentation, and I anticipate there will be a few questions. And we have many staff to take care of that.
Okay, thank you very much for all of that. I appreciate you guys, your presentation hit on a lot of the questions that have come in over the last week, so thank you very much for doing that. With that, we'll go ahead and open it up to council questions and comments. And I do want to make, what? Yeah, we can open the public hearing first. Mr. Bruce, you're the one we've got signed up for a public hearing. The one and only so far.
Hi, my name's Brad Bruce. I live in Ward 2. I believe that this amendment should be rejected. While I could touch on the many legitimate concerns of privacy violations, my main issue is that this system is being marketed as a safety feature. Installing cameras does not make any motorist or pedestrian safer. It simply allows the state to punish violators after the fact. A camera is not going to stop a speeding car from hopping the curb and killing a pedestrian, no matter how much money we throw at it. We already know how to make roads safer. It was mentioned in the last presentation that we need to make drivers feel more uncomfortable. That does not involve a system that is estimated to cost $55,000 to $60,000 per month to operate. Reducing the width of streets, installing center medians, planting overhanging trees near roads, and adding protected and separated bike lanes have all been shown to naturally reduce driver speeds and improve safety for costs that are far less than the estimated cost for installing and upkeeping a system that also requires a full-time operator whose salary is estimated to be over $100,000 a year. It is also important to point out that a fee-based safety system like Avis is only going to disproportionately affect poorer residents of Lakewood. Someone who is rich enough to own an $80,000 pickup truck is not going to be deterred by a $40 to $80 speeding fee especially since the Department of Motor Vehicles is not alerted and no points can be added to the driver's record. We cannot rely on retroactive fees to keep our community safe. We need to build smart road infrastructure that promotes safety on its own for all residents, whether or not they are driving. I will also add that in honor of Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and as someone who works in IT with cybersecurity certifications, I would hope that the council takes into consideration that a complex computer system, like the ones that these cameras are built on, can never fully be secured against a malicious actor that is determined enough. It's simply a game of cat and mouse between adding security fixes and those security fixes being overtaken. Are you willing to potentially open the data and privacy of Lakewood residents to anyone who gains access to this system just for a bit of security theater? It is incredibly difficult to steal data from a concrete median, I will add. I will also say that as part of my software development work at a previous employer, I have worked on a system of computer-controlled cameras. And while the technology has improved greatly in recent years, these systems are still incredibly poor at handling edge cases such as during inclement weather. If it's raining, snowing, hailing, it's not very easy to pick up images, whether it be still images or video feed. If the camera lens is blocked or damaged, I'm certainly not promoting people to damage cameras, but if someone wanted to damage a camera, that would be incredibly expensive for us to fix. During a power outage, how does a camera work without electricity? It does not. And if a car does not have a license plate, is there any way to actually charge that driver for anything after the fact? There is not. All of these are issues that are solved by simple, smarter road engineering decisions without massive monthly costs. Please reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Anyone else that wish to speak this evening on this topic? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and with that, open up to councilor comments and questions. I would like to take a moment to note the time. It is 10 p.m. this evening. And to keep the flow of our conversation moving, I would ask that if anyone has a desire or thinks they have a desire to speak, please raise your hand early so that we can keep going through the conversation. And then separately, I mentioned earlier this evening that we've made some changes to the flow of our meeting, public comment. We've also had a conversation when this started earlier this year in our planning retreat to make some changes about how we approach our conversations up here on the dais, and it includes this beautiful little timer. So I would ask, for the sake of our time this evening, everyone had, the conversation was around agreeing that this is a 5-minute timer. And if I'm going to say something pertinent, I will say it within this 5 minutes. And knowing that we have 11 people up here and 5 minutes per person extends ourselves to 55 minutes on this conversation, I would like to ask that we try to hold to this 5-minute timer this evening for the sake of time. This is not the last topic we've got. We've still got plenty to go through this evening. So with that, we'll go ahead and open up for council comments and questions. And first I have Councilor Olver.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick questions. You mentioned Morrison installing it. I seem to remember there was a newspaper article that they handed out 1,000, 2,000 tickets the first weekend they had it. It was a big stink. Do you remember that? I don't entirely. But I don't want us to do the same thing. Let's put it that way. I guess the question is, how can we not do what Morrison did?
I don't know how many. I saw a similar newspaper article. I don't remember how many.
It was an incredible number. I remember that. Let's just go with that. But okay.
Their goal was, and part of that was the education, and their goal was to reduce collisions, and that was part of their
and they
goals.
Probably made a lot of money too.
I
don't know. Are we going to put cameras someplace other than schools? You kind of, at the beginning you said schools only, but then later on it was kind of like they can go everywhere, and I'm thinking of the outliers, the speeders, when somebody complains. Councilor Sink mentioned somebody going fast down her street all the time. That seems like a good place to put a camera for a little while, so, you know. So
the recommendation on the mobile speed enforcement is specific to the school zones. That is open for conversation. That is also part of that legislative mandates where there's very specific areas that, unless council designates an area as an Avis corridor, there are limitations to where they can be.
Do you have a number of how many of these cameras we would buy? I know you don't have the okay yet, but are you thinking of a number, like 3 or 20?
The recommendation in the staff memo started at 5 and 1, but the thought was 3 red light and enforcement cameras and then 3 mobiles as well.
Great.
But again, it's a flexible system.
Okay, last question. Are there degrees of going through a red light? And that sounds like a strange question, but here's the example. Somebody goes flying through a red light like you see on movies and dodges the cars and it's red and everybody honks. Or the other side would be you're going to the airport in the middle of the night, you pull up to a red light, there's nobody to the left, nobody to the right, nobody behind you, nobody in front of you, and you go, oh, what the heck? And you go. That's a degree, those are the 2 extremes. I wouldn't give a ticket to the person who goes through a red light when there's absolutely no traffic anywhere, but I would give a big ticket to the one that flies through an intersection with horns blaring and everything else. So the question is, are there degrees of going through a red light?
No, these systems are objective, and it is about the information. So we would use the same criteria that if you had a law enforcement officer there of if that person ran the red light and an officer would issue a ticket, then that would be the same criteria for the red light enforcement.
So an officer is looking at these and decides whether that constitutes a ticket or not? So there's a human element involved, or is it
only to
straight?
confirm there's a violation?
Well, that's a human element. Okay, thanks.
Councilor Matt-Guerrero.
Thank you so much for that thoughtful presentation. One of my questions is, of the cities on your list, how many of them have been able to essentially make up the cost of their Avis system, particularly in the first year?
I didn't speak to many of the municipalities specifically about their budget. That seems to be somewhat of a challenging conversation because depending on when the program started, depends on if they have purchased the equipment, if they're leasing equipment, what some of those contracts are, and then their staffing. So I know that Denver has said that they do have revenue, but I have not dove into all the cities to determine where that happens, but I know that is very specific to, and it is dependent on how many cameras you have and what the outcome is and what the goal is.
Thank you. And do any of these cities, especially the ones that had the best results in those periods, particularly, I think it was Boulder that had a decade and a half or more, but Boulder strikes me as somewhere that was simultaneously has invested in traffic calming measures and a lot of bike and pedestrian infrastructure additionally to something like Avis. And it seems to me that this is not the only common denominator. And I wonder if you could speak to kind of how to weigh those public safety issues.
I don't know if I can weigh them specifically, but I think it very much ties in with the conversation that we were having with the previous conversation of it really is a multi-pronged approach, that one effort is not going to be the end-all be-all, that if we reduce the speeds to 20 miles an hour, there needs to be some traffic calming as well. Same thing with the red lights in the school zones. So I think it's really what we've learned throughout is it really is a totality of enforcement, education, and engineering. And that packaged together seems to be what works for our roadway and safety.
My next question is specifically about Aurora. I've heard that they're getting rid of their Avis program or reducing it. And I'm wondering if yourself or any other members of staff have additional information about that.
Aurora's had a few challenges. Their Avis program is still on the books from our conversations. Their issues stemmed from a lot of staffing where they were unable to staff the vans. They had speed enforcement vans, and they were not able to staff them. So they had a lot of challenges, and they've pushed pause on their program until they can get some things settled throughout their entire community. But a lot of it had to do with their staffing and the inability to use the equipment they had.
Thank you. And I have two more questions, and one is, do these improvements in behavior remain? So say we have a mobile unit, and it is there in one place for a few months, maybe longer, depending on how successful it is. Do we then see essentially the same types of traffic violations just return the minute that unit is gone?
That's one of the reasons of looking at a two-prong approach. When we're using a mobile speed enforcement, the behaviors do change while that mobile speed enforcement is there, or that speed enforcement is present. However, when it is removed, then the behaviors return. I can say that when we're looking at trying to change behaviors and decreasing the number of collisions, red light cameras do change behaviors. Maybe even I could say, personally speaking, that they may change behaviors because those are permanent, those are fixed, and even many of the mapping systems will notify you that there's red light cameras in the area. But what we found with the speed enforcement is that it works as long as the device is there, along with the signage, but when that device is moved, then the behaviors slowly return.
I've seen a few studies that essentially show that like the speed tracker signs that show you that you're going over the speed limit and other types of visible reminders of the law and where you are in your vehicle, so you're not just zoned out while you drive, are equally, if not basically equally effective as something that may have an enforcement mechanism attached to it. And if you have anything specific to talk about that, that's great, but that's more of a comment on how we want to invest the limited dollars that we have. And then I think my last question is just about data. I know that the idea is that with the contract that essentially the private company would keep people's surveillance data private and it would be deleted. What do we do with that data? How do we keep it secure? This seems to me to be a lot more information of people, of our residents and citizens, like sensitive information that is critical to people's privacy and security that then we would be responsible for in a way that it goes well beyond like a typical police report amount, right? Which is that not everybody in the city has a police report that they have filed or filed about them, but everybody in the city will eventually drive past one of these readers that is then taking information about your speed, direction, registration, therefore your address, your vehicle, et cetera. And I have a lot of privacy and security concerns.
My understanding is, well, and I know the only data that comes to the police department and the only video and images that are retained are those that are from violations. So all of the images that are captured are the only ones that are retained and moved into an archived location are those that are associated to violations. And those violations are then, the max is kept for 3 years for that retention period, which is part of the appeals and part of that process. And then unless they are kept for additional criminal reasons in terms of, for example, someone fleeing from a homicide and caught on a red light camera, so now we have those two pieces, then that was the only time that footage would be added to a criminal report. But otherwise, the only images and the only data that is retrieved is when there is an actual violation. So every citizen in Lakewood's information is not coming in.
And would you need a subpoena or a warrant to access that in the case of this information being relevant to an additional crime?
That's all part of the investigation. It'd be part of the evidence of that piece.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
Yes, thank you. I have a new driver in my house. it's been a nightmare. But one of the things that we talked about early on is to not go on green because everybody's running lights. And so for me, I understand some of the precautions and necessary guardrails, but I also think back to 6 weeks ago, and I reached out to Mr. Kirschbaum. We saw a family on their way to school in a car filled with students. They were hit when someone ran a red light, and I just think that there are so many incidents of this. While we only have 20 fatal crashes in 2023, the number of significant injuries as a result of red light running is enough for me to want to think thoughtfully about this. The IIHS, which is a nonprofit agency that helps to keep us safe and on our roads, determines that red light cameras decrease fatalities by 21%. That's, quick math for you, about 5 people that would not have died last year in Lakewood. So those are things that I'm thinking about when we're talking about this. One of my questions, though, and I appreciate Councilor Mayotte Guerrero wanted to understand how the data was used, but then also just clarity on the process for the corridors. Like, are we being asked to do 2 separate things tonight? So tonight we're being asked to consider using these as a tool in our toolkit to create more complete streets and make our streets safer for all users, not just car users. And then at a later date, based on the Senate bill, it's my understanding that council would have to make some sort of resolution on the approved corridor. So that is a separate conversation from tonight. Am I right in understanding it like that?
Yes, and there's specific guide rails within the state statute as to what it takes to designate a specific area as an Avis corridor. So that's, it has to be done by resolution by the body that has enacted the Avis. So this would be step 1 of enacting an Avis by having this ordinance in place. Step 2 would be identifying an area that we want to make an Avis corridor. There are a number of requirements within the state statute that we would have to follow to make an Avis corridor, and then we would bring back basically to the city council for questions as to where is an Avis corridor that you would like to see, and do you want to pass that by resolution because we have the data and statistics to back up that this should be an Avis corridor.
So the corridors that were suggested in the staff memo are predicated on data that we're collecting here at the city, but there is still another step when we do hire a third-party vendor. They'll apply their data and their expertise on this, come back with some recommendations, and then we still have some decisions to make separate from tonight's decision on whether or not we want to have this tool in our toolkit.
Yes, so essentially all vendors are going to want to make recommendations as to what are good areas to put up cameras that will stop red light violators, stop speeding violators. And then at that point in time, if they don't fall within one of the 4 exceptions across from City Park, in a residential neighborhood, excuse me, and across from a school in a construction or maintenance zone, then if we want to designate it, there's these requirements by statute, and it's statistics on reckless driving, speeding, collisions, and citizen complaints is what we would base off that. So it would kind of be a twofold of both talking to the vendor and seeing, based upon their analysis of where they think a good Avis corridor may be, whether or not that also falls within the statutory definition of what we need to designate something an Avis corridor, and then it would still be at the discretion of the city council to make the determination as to whether or not that's an appropriate Avis corridor.
And just one final point. This came up quite a bit on Lakewood Speaks, but just from the standpoint of equity, we know that disadvantaged communities are disproportionately impacted by unsafe driving and traffic safety issues, and that particular communities of color and low-income communities are dramatically impacted. And to me, this feels like an effort to reinforce our commitment to safety in that. And so I just wanted to signal that because I know that this came up quite a bit on Lakewood Speaks. Thank you.
Councilor Nystrom.
Thank you.
And thanks for the specifics on your presentation. It's very helpful. I just want to clarify, the memo stipulates deploying 11 cameras. Do you know how many of those would be earmarked to be mobile cameras and how many would be fixed?
That was the early recommendation, and honestly, would be an effort at this point of what is council. This is something that's very scalable, so it would really be, what program would you like to see? We could start with a pilot program and start small. We could start large with 11 and go very large and robust, but it really is what council is most comfortable with. So that was an early recommendation, and it was just trying to give a placeholder of what would be ideal or what would be an option. But we can start this as a pilot program and see what the outcomes are, begin to see how do we improve the safety on the roadways. But so that number is very negligible. There's nothing written in stone on that.
Okay. And Councilor Mayor Guerrero mentioned having devices that warn people of their speed to be very effective. I personally haven't observed that. I live very close to the Bear Creek Green Space, and I go down there quite a bit with either on bike or walking a dog, and a lot of times it's like hold my breath and cross the street because I don't know who's coming around the corner and how quickly. And I see people go past those signs and they're blinking, telling you to slow down, and people they're going 50 miles an hour in a 30 zone, and it's a little bit scary. I guess the other questions that I have, because I think other councilors' questions clarified a few things for me, specifically around the cost for this. I had sent some questions, not early enough, but wondering about the comment in the memo about cost neutrality, and one of the vendors saying that their cost would be offset with the revenues that they would bring in. Does that include the salary for the supervisor and the analyst? And, if that's been determined at this point?
So that does not include the staff, and the legislation has written how the vendors will be paid. So those are some different options. There's a variety of different vendors, and we would have to look very carefully and specifically with working through procurement to ensure that we're in compliance with legislation. So I would say yes, there's cost neutrality, and it's regarding the cost of the equipment and the initial 2 reviewers in terms of the administrative time from the vendor, but it does not include the staff time, the city staff time. That would have to be based off of funding the program through any revenues that are seen, or if there are no revenues seen, then that would be the additional cost.
Okay. And then I would ask, if we moved forward with this, that there be a budget line item so that we can clearly delineate the revenues versus the costs for this. And I know that probably falls under finance more so. I guess there's also been a lot of conversation about potential revenue use from this for traffic calming measures, which I don't disagree with. I personally would offer up that I'd rather see this go towards staffing for social workers or those that can respond to mental health calls or domestic issues versus sending a law enforcement officer or having someone go with the law enforcement officer to those types of scenarios so that it may potentially prevent an escalation. So, thank you.
Councilor Cruz.
Thank you. I'm thankful for the conversation, thankful for the presentation, and I know a lot of work has gone into this so far, and I'm sure we're going to have a robust conversation tonight. I just wanted to ask a little bit about some of the data that you had in your presentation, just so that I could understand it in the context of some of the things that I was reading over the last couple of weeks / since we've started this conversation. Something that was very consistent in in the majority of the studies that I was reading was an increase in rear end crashes due to the installation of red light cameras specifically. Was that observed by any of the municipalities that you talked to?
We did not discuss that specifically, but I have seen those statistics, and that is and I think that's part of the legislation requirement of putting up the signage and also promoting the education campaign. And that was for a short period that lasts for, while basically people learn changes in behaviors, because now people are stopping when they were not previously stopping, and that's pretty short term. And even those red light or those rear end collisions are not, the majority of those are not injury accidents. So in the grand scheme, we're separating T-bones from the rear ends, and again, that plateaus after approximately 30 to 60 days.
Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah, I kind of saw some mixed evidence on that there were some instances of sustained crashes, and do understand there are differences in fatalities and injuries based on the angle. So I appreciate you enumerating that. Another thing, just kind of building off of Councilor Mayotte Guerrero's point, but maybe just want to ask the question slightly differently. In the data from the municipalities that you mentioned, do they control for the confounding factors of making any other changes in infrastructure? People, I've seen studies that have shown kind of people route to other streets, and then other streets might have certain kinds of speeding behaviors or other kinds of behaviors because people are choosing where to go based on where lights are, or any of those confounding factors controlled for in the studies that some of the Colorado municipalities have done. And if you don't, and I didn't ask these ahead of time because I hadn't seen them, so apologies, and totally fine if you don't have that. Thank you.
So no, all of the studies are specifically at where the locations of the installs were. That's kind of the difference between the fixed location, where you're seeing that sustained change at a single location, and there may be some rerouting. We'd be looking at essentially the arterials in Lakewood, and it would be harder to reroute from those. The nice thing with the mobiles is that you don't see that effect because essentially you don't know where they're going to be because they do rotate around.
That's helpful, yeah. And just to kind of explain my question a little bit too, I read a number of peer-reviewed systematic reviews of the literature on this that show that studies that do take into account some of the confounding factors show significantly different results than some of the studies that don't take into account these confounding factors on the actual impact on traffic and fatalities and the things that we care about. And so I want to enter that into the conversation that that around the world with these things being tried, there are some different and I think mixed results on this, particularly from what I've read. The other thing I wanted to ask about, are there any data on who's getting these tickets or where they're being placed from a demographic perspective in these Colorado jurisdictions? Again, I didn't prepare these because I hadn't seen it, sorry.
It's okay. I can speak for Boulder. Those are specific to their high accident locations. When we're looking at the red light cameras, we're also looking at, that's why I put in the presentation of the top 5 to give an indication of where our top 5 intersections. So regarding which demographics, it's really focused around having the statistical knowledge and driven by statistics, not based on the communities that is surrounding and any of the socioeconomics. It's focused specifically on the data of where are the collisions that are causing the injuries.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think it's obviously important that we don't obviously make those decisions, discriminatorily. I am nervous because I think, DC made their decisions on where to place cameras based on these criteria. Chicago made their decisions on where to place these cameras based on an accident criteria, and their data do very clearly show that Black and Latino drivers have been disproportionately impacted by their tickets and placement of the cameras due to historic disinvestment in the traffic infrastructure in those areas. So the last, the one question that I might have put in ahead of time, I don't totally remember, so this is also fine if this is not answerable today. What are the existing corridors with grants for increased traffic enforcement already? Thank you.
What do you mean?
We've heard about that there is a grant on West Colfax specifically for traffic enforcement.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you.
So we run 2 enforcement grants that are specifically traffic safety related. One is focused on speed. That one is a pass-through from National DOT through CDOT to us, and it's focused purely on getting more cars on the road to do enforcement in high crash areas. So I deploy those based off of our crash stats and then also our complaints. So Bear Creek and Morrison usually gets an hour out of everybody's shift. The other one is our ped safety grant, which is focused on education for the pedestrian side of the collision. And those ones are also based on where we're seeing high ped crossings. So a lot of those wind up north. Those cars wind up doing a lot along Colfax. And then obviously we have the Colfax Safety Improvement Project that's working its way through the process, which is more of an infrastructure change as opposed to an enforcement.
Great. Thanks. I realized I never started my timer, so I will stop. Thank you.
Councillor Sinks.
Thank you. Just to be clear on the definition of Avis corridor, that is a place where only fixed red light cameras are. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Okay.
That is the corridor in which, based on the statistics, that we could have either red light cameras or mobile cameras, but it's based on, it is not part of that other criteria in terms of within the schools and a construction zone next to the park. So it creates some freedom for City Council to address where are some of the issues and concerns within their own communities and how to ensure that there's still options for the communities based on statistics.
Great, thanks. So a mobile camera could be placed somewhere, and it could be called then an Avis corridor, but then there would have to be 5 years of collision studies before it could be placed there. Am I correct in that?
That we would look back at the 5-year data, and the 5-year data includes the number of collisions, speeding issues, reckless driving, and community complaints. The legislation does not mandate what that criteria is. It requires that we're looking at that. So if there's a specific area that council's saying, we think this would be a good Avis corridor, it really is showing there's some justification and there's a reason to putting mobile cameras or any cameras into a specific location. So there's justification.
Thanks. And then just one last point, and that is that it was very interesting that the top 5 intersections for collisions are 6th Avenue at Wadsworth, 6th Avenue at Sheridan, 6th Avenue at Sims Union. So we don't really know what causes the collision. In other words, it's not necessarily speeding because of those crazy exchanges where people entering or exiting. It could have just been they crashed because of poor coordination with the other crash E. Is that correct?
And those are our top 3, and then the second 2 of the top 5 were Colfax and Wads and Jewel and Wads.
Right.
And so we could extrapolate that out to the top 10 and continue to move that to see what other intersections have that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor LeBeer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a couple comments. I think, a lot of people in the community are sometimes uncomfortable with these things. I think it would be certainly a cultural shift in a different direction to really take a look at these, to implement these programs. But I do think it's something we should be strongly considering. Just in my short time working with DPD, I can tell you, I've seen some horrific photos of some of these accidents, of people getting hit on their motorcycles and not wearing a helmet and half their face on the side of the of their head. And
I got to say, I'm pretty unsympathetic to speeders and aggressive drivers, and I think we need to do something and take a strong look at making some bold moves to really rein that in. And I think this is one of those potential strategies. I was drilling in a little bit on the data, and I know the 20 deaths or so that happened last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that 6 of those were pedestrians and 2 of those were bike-related deaths when you drill down into the data a little bit, which tells me that cars are hitting pedestrians and bikes potentially for whatever reason. And I would assume that speed has something to do with it. When you drill in the data a little bit more, those tend to be pretty late at night, 10, 11 o'clock at night, somewhere in that time frame, which also tells me maybe there's alcohol involved, and maybe people are driving late at night, and visibility might be an issue and a factor, and speed and obviously running red lights and all those other factors can contribute to that. Another thing that's making me really look towards this is obviously Vision Zero does recommend this as a strategy. They do point out that it's a short-term solution, really, to the longer-term solution, which needs to be that infrastructure piece. But I think this is a potential good short-term solution to helping drive down, some of those deaths and just accidents generally. And I think all the data that I'm looking at really seems to confirm that. I mean, the Federal Highway Administration evaluated these right-angle crashes decreased by 25%. Houston was a good, interesting example. When they pulled the cameras in 2011, they found that they had a 23% increase in accidents at the red lights where these cameras were. So there's plenty of data that anybody can pull up that really tells all sorts of different interesting stories. But for me, I think we should be taking a look at trying new strategies to really try to rein in on accidents. I think we had 2,600 or so, and I'm shooting off the hip with that stat last year, those car accidents altogether, somewhere in that range. But obviously, any death is too many. Any major injury is too many. We got to figure out new ways of trying to take on these issues, and I think this could help, at least in the short term, to help us move towards the ultimate goal of making this a safer, even better community to live in. So, it's not politically popular probably, but I think I would have to support this just on the merits. So, thanks.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, and thank you for the very informative presentation. Building on the point that the Mayor Pro Tem asked about a little bit earlier, since you all will be coming back to us with a resolution at some point designating the actual corridor locations, could you speak, if possible, a little bit to very approximately what the timeline for that looks like? And would staff be willing to engage in some sort of dialogue with us ahead of time so that we have some awareness of what those corridors are likely to be, I guess before it gets back to the dais, so that we have some sense of what the locations are likely to be before it gets completely finalized?
It would likely be after January of 2025 before we would come back with regards to a resolution in Avis corridor. I would look to our city manager regarding the communication and the engagement with council ahead of time, but I don't see that as being an issue. And I would rely on our city manager. It would be submitted in writing so that everyone would have it in advance.
Great. One of the bases that was laid out for selecting the final corridors, which you already spoke to, is community complaints. I do think that gives a certain amount of flexibility in terms, since certain parts of the city have had a number of community complaints, that I do think that should be a factor that's considered in finalizing this process. I also think, to Councilor Cruz's very important point, we should do what we can within the architecture of the law that the state has laid out to make sure that to the greatest extent possible, the final corridors designated do not disproportionately impact just one neighborhood or one, or disproportionately affect our Black and Latino residents, as Councilor Cruz eloquently put it. Would the city be willing to work, to sort of make, to the greatest extent possible within the state law, factoring in things like community complaints, try to designate sites so that there's not a disproportionate impact on those residents?
The goal would be that we are looking at areas to ensure that our roadways are safe. So we have plenty of roadways throughout Lakewood that are very diverse, that have multiple areas of not only just accidents, but we have community complaints that really encompasses, we have a plethora of opportunity of areas that encompass multiple avenues and aspects for that. So yes, we're very conscious of, we're not looking to target any specific neighborhoods or any specific groups of individuals. We want to have it very statistically driven.
Let me ask the question maybe just a slightly more clear-cut way. Since community complaints are one of the criteria listed in the statute, can we agree that this isn't just going to be an exercise of just taking the top 5 intersections, in terms of accident, and just having that be the end of the discussion, and that looking at community complaints and community feedback will be part of the analysis as these corridors get designated?
Absolutely. This is a community program, and that's part of the desire to have a two-prong approach of not only fixed intersections, but also the mobile cameras, because it does open up some opportunities to address more of the community issues and some of those hot spots or some of that directed efforts.
And finally, to the point, again, that Councilor Cruz brought up, would it be possible to do some sort of retrospective evaluation or look back, after this has been implemented for a year, to assess in particular sort of the demographics and the, socioeconomic and demographics of those that have received citations, and just hold that up against the city demographics as a whole and get kind of a look back so that we can get a sense of that?
Yes, to the best of our ability.
Great.
The demographics are somewhat limited when we look at, it's based off the registered vehicle information. So it's based off of that information. But yes, we would absolutely look back in terms of, to provide statistics of what is the impact we're having for within wherever those cameras were located regarding our community. And what is the impact to our community specifically?
Got it. Yeah, no, it occurred to me that there's this question of to what extent is that demographic data actually going to be available within the citation data? I suspect there's a way to do it, but that seems to be something that would be worth looking into further. I don't know, maybe there's not, but to the greatest extent feasible, I think that would be a very useful thing to do.
Absolutely, and it's a way we can statistically show what is the impact.
Okay, thank you again.
All right, before we start our second round of comments and questions, what I'd like to do is go ahead and get a motion on the floor. I know there may be a few amendments that we talk through this evening, so to get that process started, if I could please have a motion.
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2024-25 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, thank you so much. And now that we do have a motion on the floor, I have Councilor Olver, then Councilor Mayor Guerrero, then Councilor Nystrom.
Okay, quick and dirty. I looked it up. The headline says Morrison's new radar camera ticketed more than 10,000 speeders in its first 2 weeks. I just wouldn't love it if I'd rather that headline doesn't refer to Lakewood in the future.
Councilor Mayor Guerrero.
Thank you. The majority of the rest of my questions did get resolved. I have just 2 more, I believe. One is at the mentioned areas, particularly off of 6th Avenue. So not thinking about that corridor, that Colfax corridor, because we are already going to do a lot of improvement there for safety. Have we done any other types of either more in-depth study of like the cause of some of the accidents there and some of the cheaper ways that we can mitigate high accident corridors. And in particular, I'm just looking at the DOT, in addition, of course, to the LAC's really thoughtful report that had many different considerations. Things such as enhanced visibility on crosswalks. I think particularly if a lot of these accidents are at night, that's a great, there is the possibility, of course, of DUIs being a part of that, but the other component there is that it's dark. Creating pedestrian intervals on the lighting, on the light systems themselves so that the crosswalks essentially work better where cars are at a full stop, are the two things that I really think of that are essentially just cheaper than an Avis program in these particular locations. But I think that for example, the Wadsworth and 6th intersection has now been stable for a while, but has undergone some changes. And it is also a space where there is like less aggressive lighting than some of the other places where you get off of 6. And so I'm wondering if we have done any of those types of measures that are also essentially equally proven as something like Avis to reduce harm.
That would be a question I would reach out to our traffic engineers. Many of that, 6 and WADS has been changed based off of the engineering aspect, but they do study all of those intersections, and so I could reach out and get some more information from our traffic engineers.
Thank you. I think that essentially, now that we have this motion on the floor, I would say that for me, I have a lot of concerns about an Avis program in terms of the actual efficacy and also the cost of it. And I worry in particular about privacy and security. So I think that this is an investment in a program that does have mixed data. I think Councilor Cruz did a great job in her line of questioning to just show that when you control for these other variables, that efficacy goes way down, and we have an opportunity to do some real investments in infrastructure at similar dollar amounts, but also some of these cheaper but very equally academically proven methods to increase safety. And to really think about this really large investment in a program that is essentially reactionary rather than preventative, and wanting to think about what is our role in trying to create more permanent systems change, more pervasive systems change that is not just at these hotspots, but is creating a better driving culture within Lakewood. And I also continue to have concern about the data that is not in our control for a series of years, and the very real security and privacy risks to people about that. This is an anecdote, but I worked in a Boys and Girls Club where our servers were hacked and 100 students' identities were stolen. And I imagine that an Avis system will have better security than a Boys and Girls Club, but I think, right, we just had all of our Social Security numbers breached in this nation. And so I don't know that I have a huge amount of trust in that. I also do think that there are just other investments that I would rather see go towards public safety. So both in that infrastructure that I'm talking about, but also, as Councilor Nystrom mentioned, some of these interactions with cars and people has to do with our growing homelessness crisis. And I'm getting the tick, but I've got a timer. And I would also like to say that the due process concerns that I have also not been relieved because the car is what gets the ticket, not the person. And that continues to be an issue with these systems. And lastly, I would like to see us invest some of this money into infrastructure, public education as is recommended, and these other strategies that are even included in the recommended program here. But to try to limit some of those concerns, I have a deep recommendation that we enumerate what we are using this for rather than it is currently written in ordinance as traffic laws, which is really broad, deeply, deeply broad. And so I would propose an amendment to section 10.56.020, the paragraph that reads, Avis corridor means a roadway designated by resolution of the city council upon which the city may enforce speed control laws via an Avis system. Such resolution containing data collected within the past 5 years, describing, et cetera, or reckless driving, and then strike or community complaints to the end there. And then I would add to the end of that paragraph, as part of any request to establish an Avis corridor within the city council. Oh, no, I'm going to leave it there. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. So again, that is essentially just within that section where it is about Avis corridor requests, that it would essentially be aiming this program at speed control rather than traffic laws in its entirety.
Second.
Councilor LeBeer and Councilor Nystrom, you have your hands up. Would you like to wait till we get through this amendment before we? Okay. Councilor Mayor Guerrero, for those of us that didn't have the ordinance right up, can you give us that number again, please?
Yep, it is at 10.56.020, I believe. Listed as 10.46.040. Sorry, I scrolled, 020. And apologies, there's actually an additional place in 0.040 that also corrects for violations of speed offenses established by county and city, rather than just saying violations of a county or city. So again, the purpose of this amendment is just to clarify what these systems are allowed to be used for.
And can you read your proposed amendment again?
Yeah. So, sorry. 10.46.020, Avis corridor means a roadway designated by the resolution of city council upon which the city may enforce speed control laws rather than traffic laws. And then striking, it has the list containing data collected within the past 5 years describing incidents of crashes. Oh, I actually don't want to strike that. Okay, that is it. And then in 10.46.040, adding the city may issue a notice of violation identified through its Avis system for violations of speed offenses established by county, city, and county municipal traffic ordinance.
Can you read that one again, please?
Yes, 10.46.040. Subsection A, the city may issue a notice of violation identified through its Avis system for violations of speed offenses established by a county, city, and county, et cetera, rather than it just saying identified through its Avis system for violations of a county.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for an amendment on the floor. Do we have anyone that wishes to speak to this amendment? Councilor Cruz, then Councilor Sarazai, then Councilor Stewart.
Thank you. Yes, I definitely share my co-councilors' concerns, as also might be already indicated by my line of questioning, about the implementation of this program. I really do think that there these funds could be spent in better ways, but for this amendment, I am supportive if we are going to move forward with something, for that to be what we have the best evidence based on the years of implementation of these programs around the globe. And to me, there is much clearer evidence on the impact of speed enforcement rather than the impact of red light enforcement. And for that reason, I am very supportive of this amendment and thank Councilor Mayor Guerrero for moving it forward.
Mayor Pro Tem Sarazai.
Thank you. I think that Councilor Cruz may have just clarified it. So the amendment then would remove the red light cameras as a function.
Yes, this amendment would remove the red light cameras as a function, but it also enumerates or clarifies the issue. I would say that if you disagree, like I'm curious to see where other people are at. I think if the council in general wants to keep red light cameras as a component of it, then I would also then go for an amendment that still enumerates those things. So I am changing it to just be for speeding, but also specifically want to acknowledge that like my core concern is that we want to really be clear and not give too much leeway to a program like this with ill-defined parameters of what it's designed to enforce.
I guess I have a process question then. Like, I'm interested in enumerating. I'm less in a place where I want to vote out red light cameras. And so that feels like maybe a question we need to ask before we vote on this amendment. So wonder if you would, just a friendly consideration, like, can we have that conversation before we do this? Or does that rule it out? And that may be a question for legal. Like, if we decide we're keeping red light cameras in, then it would be another modification that would have to enumerate, including some considerations for red light cameras because they weren't removed.
I did not track that question.
I think that I'm personally very willing to have the conversation, and if council essentially is clearly in favor of keeping red light cameras as a component, then having a friendly change to the amendment to essentially list both of those things in each of my predetermined places.
Do you have that language now?
I would read exactly the same thing, except instead of say speed, I would say speed and red light offenses.
I love it.
Yeah, so I would like to see where we get to, because I think for me, the speed, I prefer the version where it's just the speed cameras. But yes, I think if that is not where we're going to get to, in an effort to make sure that we're running a very like tight and clear program, I would then be amenable to the change.
As a point of information, sorry, I'm new at Bob's rules. We can vote on this amendment, and then it wouldn't be a settled question or anything like that if it was then brought up with what you discussed as a second iteration of the amendment. Is that correct? Is that information correct?
I'm wondering if it might be more helpful for us to just lay it out there plainly and say red light, yes, red light, no. And then we talk about verbiage. Could we? Okay.
That feels friendly to me.
Verbiage?
That's okay with me.
Okay. What? Okay. So then we have an amendment on the floor. We need to remove the second and remove the motion of the amendment.
Remove the second then?
So that we can instead do another amendment that just plainly says, do we want red light, do we not?
Not, that would not be an amendment, though. That would just be a discussion.
Right at the moment, there is an amendment, and I believe it's been seconded to modify 10.46 020 and 10.46 040 to change the ordinance to take out traffic violations and focus just on speeding. You can do a friendly amendment and say speeding and red lights, and that would narrow the ordinance as presented from all traffic violations to just speeding and red lights. Or you can do the amendment as written and go back and have a second amendment that would add red lights into that. So you can vote, you can do a friendly amendment to what you have, or you can just vote on what you have and then discuss red lights separately.
If whatever council understands, for me, I would just want to say red light yes, red light no. I think that's kind of the elephant in the room when we take, back the verbiage out. That I think that's where we're all getting, and the rest of it seems like we're spending time on delicate words that may or may not be as clear. So are we or are we not needing to remove the amendment from the floor?
If I think we have a second, don't we?
Yep.
If the second withdraws their second and the person who made the amendment withdraws their amendment, then you can withdraw it, and at that point, you're back to a blank slate.
I think I would just prefer that we just leave the amendment on the floor, and we can still just basically go down the line, and people can say if they're trying to keep red lights or not, and then I will change the amendment based on that. Yeah, or we can just vote on it. Either way is fine with me. But if the point is that we're trying to get to see if people want red lights or not, that I don't feel like that means that we need to withdraw the amendment. It just means we need to ask that question about that amendment.
Okay, well, we've got some speakers lined up. We'll go ahead and start with that. Counselor Stewart, then Counselor Nystrom.
Great, I'll make this quick. Red lights, yes, I think I've been convinced tonight.
I actually had a question, but I'm going to go ahead and say red light, yes.
Point of information, does red light yes mean you supportive of Councilor Maya Guerrero's amendment? Or we should keep red light?
It means they are encouraging me to add red lights to the enumerated version of my amendment so that we're not having to totally rebuild the amendment from scratch.
Red light, yes.
While we're in it, I'll say red light, yes. Counselor Cruz, then Counselor Over.
Red light, no.
Red light, yes.
Red light, yes.
Red light.
That's
Red
the
light, no, but you have enough.
Sorry, that is the majority. So I will accept the friendly adjustment to the amendment that is already currently happening, which is in all of the listed places where we list what we are enforcing as traffic laws or traffic violations, to replace those phrases with speed control laws and red light laws and speeding violations and red light violations. I can repeat myself if.
To legally enforce this, the language that we're going to be looking for is speed control and traffic control devices.
Great. So moved. Speed control and traffic control devices. But for clarity, that then is the idea that is then replacing places that have the vague phrase of traffic laws or traffic violations with those clear enumerated components.
Yes, I think that's terrific.
We removed the amendment and the first, the motion and second, okay.
Yeah, so because it was friendly, we're allowed to just adopt that is now what's on the floor.
Okay. So with that being on the floor, a vote yes would be adopting the amendment. A vote no would be not. So we'll go ahead and cast our votes on this. And that passes 9 yeses, 2 noes, the noes being over, and sinks. So I'm not sure if we would call me the bearer of bad news or not, but one of our new things this evening, as we're introducing new rules of our meetings, is we do an 11 o'clock check-in. So this is when council looks around. We know it's 11 p.m. We know we've been sitting here for 4 hours, and we know that we're not done yet. So this is the point in which we as a group will vote whether or not we continue. I don't remember, do we do another check-in at midnight if we're still going? No?
It just says 11 o'clock.
Okay.
I have a point of information, which is it does on our agenda say that we conduct a check-in at 11 and then every hour thereafter.
Oh, there we go. So we have 11 o'clock check-in right now. We've not done this before. I'm guessing we do this as a formal vote to continue.
I think you can do it as a consensus. I don't think it has to be a formal vote. And I would not recommend doing a formal vote on anything when you've got a main motion sitting out on the floor and an amendment sitting out on the floor. So it just seems appropriate to do a consensus.
Okay. So how do the heads look?
Finish this. I'd be happy to finish this, but
Okay.
I think we need to hold ourselves to our standard after that and do better next time.
Are we nodding? Finish this one? Okay. Then we're done. And we don't have any other non-agenda public comment signed up this evening either, so that's good. Yeah, we'll come back to that. We're going to finish this ordinance, and then that we're done. So, Counselor Nystrom, you are next on questions.
Okay, I do have a concern about the cost of this program. And just to clarify what's in the staff memo, it says each camera installation is expected to cost between $5,500 and $6,000 monthly. And the staff recommendation of employing 11 cameras would incur a monthly cost of $55,000 to $60,000. Given that there's fixed cameras and mobile cameras, is the $5,500 to $6,000 monthly an ongoing cost? And then I guess the other question I have is the benefits and salaries of the supervisor and the analyst or administrator, or whatever it's called in here. Is that, has that been benchmarked? Is that like an industry standard? It just seems like a lot of money to me. Thank you.
The cost of the system in terms of the cameras, yes, are dependent on how we purchase those. So part of it would be we would need to go out to procurement and work to find the vendor and get the pricing of that program. In terms of staffing, it depends on the size of the program. That it depends on if we're looking at 11 cameras in a large program, then we will need multiple staff. If we are starting at a smaller program, then we would need one staff member. So the city does a significant job in human resources of ensuring that we have a market standard and that we are basically classifying the position, the job description in the right category. And there's many different ways to check mark that and make sure that we're on par for that we're not putting people in positions that's outside of their job description, if that helps.
Counselor Cruz.
Thank you. Potentially, to mitigate my Counselor Nystrom's concerns, I have an amendment that I would like to be considered, specifically thinking about, since we're moving forward with red lights and speed, again, to me, with a dubious evidence base across the world, I am interested in making this a pilot program with maybe a smaller footprint and having a 1-year sunset in which we can really evaluate whether some folks, whether this is having some of the impact that we want to see and whether it's something everybody loves and we want to scale it, or whether it's something that might not work for our community going forward, or whatever we learn. I would like to move an amendment to amend section 10.46.010, which is on the first page, as follows. So it's for the purpose section. The Automated Vehicle Identification System Code is a 1-year pilot program enacted for the purpose of promoting the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the City of Lakewood by allowing for civil traffic enforcement through the use of Automated Vehicle Identification Systems, Avis, and the issuance of corresponding notices of speed and red light violations, however that verbiage moved before. Sorry, I hadn't incorporated that. This system may not be used for other purposes, including enforcement of other code violations, criminal violations, or civil acts. I think that speaks to something we were discussing before. This pilot program will sunset 1 year from its effective date unless further action is taken by the City Council to extend this pilot program or adopt it as a permanent program. Additionally, I would like to amend section 10.46.40, which is where we were before, by adding a subsection F as follows. The city shall only operate 2 mobile Avis enforcement units and fixed Avis enforcement system at 2 intersections within the city at any given time.
Second. Can you slowly give us those numbers again and that verbiage again, please?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I will email that information to you right now so you can see it.
Thank you.
Well, do you want me to repeat it again? Okay,
Yeah.
out loud. Okay. So section 10.46.10 is on page 1 of the ordinance. So it's the purpose section, almost immediately following the kind of the declaration portion. So essentially that's updating the purpose to be specific that it's a pilot program. And then also I think it makes some important additions to the amendment we all just voted on to really clarify what the program is being used for and what the data are being used for. So that is that first portion. And then the second portion, thank you, Ms. McKinney-Brown, for the email, is adding a subsection F to the .40, which is on page 4 of the amendment. Page 4 of the amendment, almost to the bottom after E, prior to designating a state highway, ... So essentially what the amendment is doing is making it a pilot program, limiting it to two or one, if folks would be amenable to that, enforcement units, and only 2 intersections.
Okay, we've got a few hands up. We've got Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai, Councilor Over. Oh, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai, Councilor Sinks, Councilor Nystrom, and then LeBure.
Yes, thank you. The pilot timeline is, I think, for me to be supportive of this would need to be much longer. Like, we're hearing from staff that we wouldn't even hear vendor proposals till January. We know that this takes time for behavioral changes. I just feel a year is not enough time for that. So if you're open to amending that to multiple years, I'd be open to that. And then I wasn't clear on a lot of things you just said. Could you read it one more time? So, and I know Ms. McKinney-Brown is sending it. That was okay, I remember now. You're saying 2 speed enforcements and 2 red light cameras. Is that what you're trying to get to? Where the current proposal is saying 5 intersections, 5 red light cameras, and 1 speed enforcement. Yes, that one
Yes.
speed enforcement,
Yeah.
one mobile unit.
Yeah, and I'm fine to do one mobile unit. I think that I switched around where I wanted to put 2 in my amendment. But essentially, like, for instance, Denver only has 4 intersections. Like, we're proposing a bigger program than Denver in the staff proposal. So I think starting with 2 intersections, to me, seems like a more reasonable place to start.
Thank you.
Councilor Sinks.
Yeah, I agree. 2 years. I would say 2 years for the pilot program. I'm not clear about at 2 sites is what I see Ms. McKinney-Brown wrote, but then you're also saying 2 sites plus a mobile unit, right? Two sites plus a mobile unit.
Yeah, it was 2 and 2.
2 and 2, huh? 2 and 2. So I also wonder about staff for, it's like, yeah, you can have this job, but 2 years, they might not go for it. I mean, hiring staff just for this for 2 years, I don't know, might fly. And then also do the proprietors of the equipment, do they have any lease program, like you have to do it a minimum number of years? Would you speak to that?
There's a variety of different packages, and they do have lease programs. I will say, I know, I hesitate to say this, but I'm going to say it. Most programs are saying that the programs fund themselves. Again, those vary, but different vendors have different programs and have different options within that.
Okay, you're off. Stuart Nystrom. I don't remember what order you guys popped up. Did I say a minute ago? Thank you.
Oh, goody, I'm first. Okay. Yeah, I guess from a logistics standpoint, I have a little concern, excuse me, with reducing it to 2 fixed and 2 mobile units, because if we are going to offset the costs based on the staff memo about the confidence in getting revenue from the citations to offset the cost, and we reduce it that much, I'm concerned that we wouldn't be able to do that. And I would say, in terms of the pilot, I don't disagree with the pilot. Maybe the clock starts on the pilot once we've vetted the vendors and we've decided upon one, and then maybe we go 18 months versus 12. But let's just confuse the issue at 11 o'clock at night. But I do, again, I do have a big concern with how much this costs. And I do think it would be worthwhile to, go with this staff proposal, given, I guess, if it's determined that they could offset costs based on the number of cameras and mobile units that are out there. I don't know that 4 is going to get that done.
Councilor Stewart.
I'm very aligned with the idea of a pilot program. I think it's really critical to assess whether or not the programs that we put in place actually do the things that we want them to do. I think that's really essential. The amendment as is, I share a lot of the similar concerns with other folks. I just am not confident that I can vote for this as it is. The timeline is concerning. I share Councilor Nystrom's concern about whether or not this program is able to pay for itself. And I also have concerns around the automatic sunset. I think with an investment like this, that a look back and positive action to actually end the program would be something that I would be more supportive of, which is like a lot of things. But that's kind of where I am. I think I am very supportive of the idea of a mandatory look back, but I would encourage that to be 24 months, from 18 to 24 months from the start of the program. And I think with an investment this large that the city is making, I think the council would need to take action to end the program instead of take action to continue it. I just think that is more responsible.
Councilor Lowe.
Yeah, thanks. This whole issue is a tough one for me. I think the issues that Councilor Matt Guerrero and Cruz are raising are entirely legitimate, and it's a little challenging to be having this discussion at 11 p.m. at night, but I think it's a really important, helpful conversation. It occurs to me on the second part of the amendment, the part limiting the number of sites. I mean, first of all, I do think that there are some economies of scale concerns, and just like there's a question of if we're hiring a vendor and hiring an FTE to do this, there are some efficiency challenges to limiting this. It also occurs to me that we have another bite at the apple on this, which is since they're already coming back to us with a resolution that's months away to designate the corridors, we do always have the option of like having further discussions and then striking or working with staff to strike additional corridors from a final resolution if we think that there's too many sites that would be another point at which council could exercise some oversight and direction over the number of sites if the number of sites is too much. So whereas if we put the number of site limitation in the ordinance tonight, it's kind of like in ordinance, having the chance to adapt the resolution when it comes back to us might be a bit more nimble without sort of hamstringing the program right off the bat in ordinance. So I think my suggestion would be that maybe Councilor Cruz consider a friendly amendment on that basis to remove the second part, with the understanding, at least certainly on my end, that I'd be very interested in having discussion. I mean, I already sort of signaled this earlier. I think we should have some discussions with city staff about what sites are going to be designated and have a discussion about that, perhaps with an eye toward making sure that this isn't too widespread off the jump, but also maybe without asking everyone to react right away to this, with the idea of sort of trying to optimize the number of sites. And then, yeah, on the idea of a pilot, I'm aligned with Councilor Stewart that I think a mandatory look back might make more sense. And I'd end that whole thought with a question to the chief, which is thinking about the feasibility of this. What do you have a recommendation on sort of a plausible time period for a look back? I mean, I think the Mayor Pro Tem is right that a year was probably too short. Is 2 years enough time to do a mandatory look back? Is 3 years the right time? Is that a question that's hard to weigh in on right now?
I would say it's hard to weigh in, but 2 years seems reasonable to allow for time to get the statistics to show what is the impact. Are we having a reduction in our collisions in the intersections? Are we having the desired effect in our terms of our roadways? So I think 1 year really pushes that number in terms of statistics. 2 years allows for that time frame to really compile the statistics and see if there's change in behaviors. And that's really what we're looking for, is safe roads and changes in behavior.
I think I'd suggest, just because everything always takes longer than we think in government, just a rule of government, that we maybe go with a 2 to 3 year look back at the discretion of staff, and then have more conversations before a resolution comes back to sort of have a chance to right size the number of sites. That I think that's probably what I'm comfortable with. But I really appreciate Councilor Cruz for raising these questions.
Councilor Ryan.
I also like the idea of a look back rather than a sunset. One thing in terms of the numbers, and I apologize, my notes have failed me, and I'm a few hours ahead of you guys, so my head is also failing me. But I think in the presentation, there was only a limited number of places that under the law we could even put one of these things. And my memory is like 5 or 6 total. Right? There was three 3 or 4 spots along 6th Avenue. There's something on Colfax, and maybe there was one other. Maybe someone can correct me.
Wadsworth and Jewel.
Yeah, so however many that is, I'm not sure how we would get to 11 when we only have the ability right now to get to these intersections. I also like the idea of a pilot program, because this is a very expensive program. So let's find out, we've heard the phrase data driven. Let's find out whether the data, whether our cost benefit analysis is there. So I would encourage us to do at least 2 years, make it a look back as opposed to a sunset. And then at most, we pick the locations that have already been identified. I know we have to come back to us to get approval on them, but I don't know that I want to agree to have more cameras than what we can already put in there based on the data that we currently have. So if someone can correct me if that was all muddled.
I think just to kind of clear this up as to places that we can put those are suggestions for places where we have a lot of traffic collisions. Those aren't places that are specifically designated as Avis corridors at this point in time. I'm unaware, based upon all of the locations that were listed, if any of them would fall into the 4 kind of general exceptions to, I guess they're not exceptions as much as they are just places where one can put an Avis camera without declaring it an Avis corridor, which is, again, schools, across from a park, residential neighborhoods, and construction or maintenance zones. So then everything else we would have to designate as an Avis corridor for us to put the cameras within those locations. So, and I think it's probably important to note that any vendor that we choose to go with is going to want to take a look at places where we think it would be important to put an Avis camera, and then they're going to tell us what they think the results of putting an Avis camera would be, including what kind of ticketing essentially would come out of that. So I just think that's important to note.
Thank you for clarifying and correcting me there. I'd still be interested in a more limited approach and a limited time frame, but not an automatic, rather a look back.
So I'm wondering if we can do similar to what we did on red lights and thumbs up, thumbs down, look back versus sunset, to flesh out how we move forward there, and then identifying the look back. Can we do that? Council, are we amenable? Okay.
I would like to say that my questions are very relevant to the decisions on that question.
Do you want to speak first?
If that's okay.
Absolutely.
I'll keep it very tight to that exact question, which is, I think one point that I wanted to say, which is that we do not have oversight, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, as a council over all of the locations, only designating new Avis corridors. So anywhere that are in the list of locations that were just mentioned can be created without our oversight. So putting a specific limit for that reason makes sense. Thinking about that that what is in the current staff proposal is scaled larger than Denver's entire program, to me, feels like a really vast undertaking. And so if it's not 4, it's 6, sure. But I think wanting to be clear that understanding that scale is not up to us. We will not see resolutions for the majority of where Avis enforcement happens. That is not something that is a part of this. And I also wanted to just ask the question. We don't know, obviously, if it's going to break even either way. Does that concern greatly change based on packages you've seen? Is there room for this on-ramp in terms of that cost component? And then I think the last thing on this exact point about sunsets and lookbacks is just that I think, to me, the big difference there, and I understand it's why people are concerned, is that a sunset will create urgency. So a sunset is not meant to sunset without having the conversation, but we have experienced on many programs as this body that because we are a new makeup of counselors, which would happen in 2 years, 1 or 2 years from now, it will be a new body making these decisions, that sometimes it's that staff has a million things going on, that we're onboarding all these new people, but that we actually don't then get that information in that prompt time. And I think that with something like Avis, the really direct potential positive and direct potential negative impact of this program is such that a sunset is appropriate compared to other programs where we look back, not because it will require a sunset, but because it will actually force the hand of whatever the new body is to evaluate the program, not to make it like magically go away, but to ensure that that happens in a timely way and it doesn't end up sitting on a desk. I'm sorry, there was that buried question about cost in there. About it, do you think that it is like exponent? Like, are you much more concerned about breaking even if we limit the size? Like, I recognize that there's got to be some amount of that, but is it really this black and white as some of these comments are saying, that like if we have a smaller program, it really dramatically changes our hope on breaking even?
I think it depends on how small. If we're only talking 2 units entirely, I think we will really struggle to break even on that aspect. I think when we're looking kind of in that 4 to 6, and again, this is based on information, that 4 to 6 range, I think we have the opportunity to break even and also get really good statistics and see what the changes are within our community and see if there's positive changes. I think if we go too small, I don't think we get the information that we're needing, and I don't think we'll break even. That size would be good.
Thank you so much.
Councilor Over, did you have something to say on that?
Yes, I call the question. Aha, something new.
Okay, so by calling the question, we are forcing a vote on the amendment. We need a second. Oh, good catch. Thank you.
Oh, for you.
I'll second.
I have a point of information. I'm sorry. Yeah, because it's just clarity of what we're getting called to order, or of what we're calling the question. What the question is the amendment, but I am unclear on whether or not Councilor Cruz accepted any of the friendly suggestions in terms of longevity of the pilot or anything like that. Okay, thank you.
So we are voting on the amendment.
We're voting on calling the question.
Okay. We have a second.
I seconded.
Yep.
We need 2/3.
Oh, okay. The day vote.
Did you know you haven't voted yet?
I have it up here if you want to. You need 2/3.
Did we all get there?
We have 7 yeses and 4 nos.
So that hit the 2/3 though, didn't it? Did we meet the threshold?
Okay.
Okay, keeping going.
All right.
So then can we just vote on the amendment?
Councilor Cruz, would you prefer that we just vote on the amendment, or would you prefer to accept some friendly amendments to the amendment?
I feel like I've gotten some mixed feedback on what the friendly amendments are, so I don't totally know how to accept them due to not having that totally clear information on look back versus sunset and number of sites.
And look back.
And the timeline.
Look back versus sunset, timeline, and then how many numbers of sites.
Yes.
Which I think we could go down the row and maybe throw some things out and pencil it down and try to narrow it down into something, and then you can decide if that's what you'd like. Can we do that? Honestly, if there's no wrong doing this, I would just start at one end. Everybody give their 3, sunset or look back, what amount of time you think is appropriate for a pilot program, and how many machines, mobile and fixed. And if you want to just abstain from all, that works too.
I'd rather not have a pilot program.
So you want it to be fixed.
I'm not sure what we're voting on.
And if you're not planning to vote up on this at all,
I'm not
I
planning
think
on voting up on this.
Okay,
Right,
so
so I'm saying that I don't want a pilot program at all, a look back at all. I don't want those, just, we go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Matt Guerrero.
I prefer sunset. 2-year length, remaining with your original numbers of 2 of each, which is a total of 4, which is the threshold staff gave for financial feasibility.
Thank you. Councilor Stewart.
I'd prefer a look back that was 24 months and no less than 6, like a max of no less than 6. So I'm not confident we're going to get anywhere with this.
Councilor Ryan.
Look back 2 years is fine with me. 4 to 6 is fine.
Look back 24 months at least. And then to clarify, are we talking total with fixed and mobile? So, yeah, I would say 6. And then I would let you all determine with at least one being mobile.
So you said look back 24 and 4 to 6?
6.
6. I would be look back also 24, and the 2 and 2 to me seem like a good start. I'm fine with that personally.
I'll just echo what our Mayor Pro Tem said. So there. So then I don't have to figure it out.
Councilor Nystrom.
I'm going with look back 24 months, 6 minimum.
Low.
A couple of folks have said minimum, and they might actually mean maximum. I'm not sure. Yes, I'm getting head nods. Maximum. Oh no,
a bit of both.
Minimum. Okay. I would say look back. I would say 2 to 3 years, just for some implementation flexibility, and I would say comfortable with 6 sites. Not to add complexity, but I actually think rather than just pick an arbitrary number tonight with very little feedback for staff on the proper number of sites, if we were going to do something, it would be better, to Councilor Matt Guerrero's point, to say that not just Avis corridors, but all sites have to be designated in this resolution that comes back to council. So just clarify that, and then buy ourselves several more months to work with the police and with staff to figure out what the optimal number of sites is. But if council doesn't have any appetite for that level of complexity right now, I would say 6 sites and a look back of 2 to 3 years.
It's up to or potentially mobile. Two might be moving around.
6 sites total, and I don't have an opinion on the right. I just don't have enough information to say what the mix of mobile versus fixed is.
Councilor Cruz, if you want to interject at all. Okay, Councilor Sinks.
A look back 2 years and 4 machines.
Okay, so definitely the majority just looking at a look back. 2 years was consistent likewise. Then the question comes down to machines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And actually 6 people said 6 machines. I have Rebecca Stewart, Dave Ryan said 4 to 6. Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai, 6. Jacob LeBure, Pila Nystrom, and Roger Lowe. So the friendly amendments would be look back 24 years. Yes, it is 11:35, 24 months. And I mean, you pick the machines you heard. If you want to try for 4 or 6.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate everybody working on this. And yeah, this is a huge change in our traffic policies. Like, I understand that this has taken a long time, but this is a huge change. So just want to say that. So I appreciate everybody's time. So I will accept the friendly amendments of look back for 2 years. And I'm a little confused on the machines versus sites because there's 2 machines at every site. Because the staff proposal, right? Or because it was said 11. Did I read that wrong?
I think we're thinking either sites or combination of sites, like fixed sites with a combination of mobile, I think is what I'm hearing, is that there's a combination of both, using both pieces of equipment.
Yes.
Of sites and equipment.
Great, because it says 11 cameras is the proposal, so that includes 5 fixed sites and 1 mobile unit. So there's 2 per intersection. So I'm going to assume we're saying 3 intersections or up to 6 total cameras. So, no?
That's not what I was saying.
Okay.
No. So
Okay.
if you want to go back through, I meant sites.
Okay. Great. So essentially it's sticking with the staff recommendation of the number. Okay. I'll stick with the staff recommendation of the number for the amendment.
But with the amendment, we're adding the look back in 24 months, correct?
So essentially, we're striking the second piece. I think we're the second piece with the number. We're just going to pull that out.
Can we have staff report after the first year as to how it's going?
I think.
Can we add that?
Dave, they're talking.
Sorry.
Do you want me to reread
Yeah,
the amendment?
that's fine. They're just conferring on how to move through this. So if you'll bear with us just a sec.
So I think the confusion is if at a fixed site, which is an intersection, there may be 2 cameras for, let's say, east and westbound. So that I think that's where there's some confusion in terms of the number of cameras. So If it's a fixed location, then likely there's going to be 2 cameras. A mobile site would have 1 because it's just one mobile device. So I think if we talk about sites, then it allows, if we're talking, a mobile camera 4 would be considered a site. And then that would give a little bit of wiggle based on the corridors and based on the discussions as to where they're best fit. And that way, if we leave it at the sites, then it allows for those statistics and to ensure that we're providing the program that is most desirable for the city. Is that?
So it's sites instead of cameras, right? Okay.
Everyone that said 6, were you thinking sites? Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Would this be a good time to just reread the amendment with the friendly amendments, potentially? Friendly amendments? Amend section 10.46.10 as follows. Purpose. The Automated Vehicle Identification System Code is a 2-year pilot program enacted for the purpose of promoting the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the city of Lakewood by allowing for civil traffic enforcement through the use of automated vehicle identification systems and the issuance of corresponding notices of speed violations and traffic control devices. Thank you. This system may not be used for other purposes, including enforcement of other code violations, criminal violations, or civil acts. This pilot program will have a 2-year look back from its effective date. Period.
Can I assist?
Yes, thank you.
This pilot program will be reviewed by the City Council no later than 24 months from its effective date, unless further action is taken by the City Council to extend this pilot program or adopt it as a permanent program.
Great. Thank you. And then the second section would be, no, we don't need it. Period.
Okay. We got our voting fingers out. All right, so a yes would be voting yes on the amendment that Councilor Cruz just read. Oh, what? A yes vote right now would be voting yes on the amendment that Councilor Cruz just read. And that passes 9 yeses, 2 noes, the noes being Councilor Olver and Councilor LeBure. Did you want to speak? Nope. Councilor Cruz.
Thank you all. I have what I believe will be my last amendment. So in the interest of data, I am interested in making sure we have the information we need to know about the effectiveness and ensure that some of the outcomes are tracked in the way that we are interested. So I would propose, and if there are specifics of this that give people heartburn, we could talk through it. Hopefully there won't be. To add section 10.46.120, which I believe would just be, and it's a new section essentially. Within 30 days of the look back of this pilot program, a program report shall be generated to contain all relevant information pertaining to the operation and effectiveness of this program, including but not limited to the number of citation issues through the system, the percentage of individuals who paid the citation fee following an initial notice letter, the percentage of individuals who paid the citation fee following a second letter, the percentage of citations dismissed for failure to identify the vehicle operator, the percentage of individuals who requested a trial, the amount of staff time associated with enforcing these citations by the municipal court, the municipal prosecutor's office, and the police department, the cost of the program, the revenue generated by the program, and any demographic data available regarding either vehicle operators or vehicle owners.
Second.
Thanks.
I would start by asking staff if the questions there were administratively feasible.
All of those statistics that you're requesting, we would want to track as well. Those are all feasible. I think the demographics will be the biggest challenge, but you even referenced to the best of our ability based off the fact that it's based off registered owner information. And that would be the biggest challenge in that list is the demographics.
Point of clarification, is there an email or somewhere where I can see this in writing?
Councilor Ryan, we did not get these ahead of time tonight, so you're not missing anything. It's on its way.
I appreciate that. Legal was kind enough to provide an earlier version, so I just wondered if we might get that as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought we'd get through this one and then. Oh my God, I forgot what she was checking on now.
Wanted to understand the amendment.
Councilor Ryan, do you have it? Perfect. Okay, thank you. So, we appreciate you. Okay, so with that, then we'll go ahead and vote on the most recent amendment to include the bulleted items in a report prior to the look back. So a vote yes.
I have a point of clarification. Within 30 days of the review of this pilot program, that's the look back. Within 30 days of the deadline of the look back, then we receive the report. Yeah.
Isn't this the look back? Yeah. What did you want this information
So it makes sense to get it a month ahead of time, right?
Before,
Says
so
within.
so 30 days before, yeah.
Is that what you mean, Kelly?
Sure, yes, and these were all drafted with the idea of a sunset, so if that helps. Like,
So I
just trying
modified
adjust
that
on
to
it.
say within 30 days prior to the review of this pilot program.
Okay.
I think that more accurately reflects.
Perfect, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to go back to what the district chief was saying. This doesn't include to the best of your abilities, so the demographic data would be challenging. Like, that's just not on car registration information, so do we need to include that? Or am I missing it in reading this amendment?
The
right now?
language is any demographic data available regarding either vehicle operators or vehicle owners. I mean, we don't want to box ourselves in. If there's something we can get, we'll get it. If
Okay.
it's not, we won't.
Got it, thank you.
Okay. We'll vote on the amendment. So a yes vote would be accepting this new amendment. And we'll go ahead and open voting. And that passes 10 yeses, 1 no, the no being Counselor Over. Okay. Do we have other amendments or questions? So, Counselor Cruz, did you have your hand back up?
My question was whether we might, I am just interested in if other folks potentially, with the hour and the number of things that I know I have brought up in this meeting, do we want to have a third reading on this, is a question that I have.
Okay, and that was a question I was going to get to in a minute. Counselor Mayotte-Guerrero, did you have something different?
Yes, I think that Roger's proposed amendment idea earlier was really wonderful, and I wanted to take it up sincerely, of amending the portion, now I gotta find the actual dots, that speaks about the locations, to say that all new sites for Avis, no matter their qualifications under the state statute, be required to be approved by City Council through resolution.
Second.
Do we have any discussion on that amendment? Counselor Lowe.
I just want to say thank you very, very, very much to staff. We know it's getting very late. You're doing an excellent job with a very, very complicated subject matter. We deeply appreciate it. I mean, when I made the suggestion earlier, which I didn't know it was going to be turned into an amendment, but now that it has, I mean, since a resolution already has to come back designating corridors, so it doesn't seem, it would seem to me, sitting up here, that it would not be that complicated to basically take any additional sites. So we're basically talking, I assume in practice, probably mostly school zones, but potentially some of the other categories that were outlined, construction sites, streets along parks, and there was one other category that could be a non-designated corridor. Like, it seems, since that we're already going to have to approve all the corridors in a resolution, it would be fairly straightforward to add those to that resolution when it comes back to us if there are other sites. And that's, I think, what Councilor Mayotte-Guerrero is requiring. So is that true, or are there more complications with doing that we don't understand?
So legally, you're allowed to place greater restrictions on how we implement sites and Avis corridors. within obviously a home rule city, so you get to make those decisions. You just can't make it broad, give us as staff broader discretion. I think based on my conversations with Sergeant Barefoot about how this is going to go, we're going to get recommendations from whichever vendor we end up working with as to where they feel the best sites are going to be. Whether they fall into those, I keep calling them exceptions. I know they're not exceptions, but those 4 areas where you can just freely put cameras. I don't know that any of the sites that we've previously outlined as being major issues would fall into those. So we may have to come back and request Avis corridor designations for every single one of those locations. To your specific question of would it be more difficult, it doesn't seem to be, but at the same time, I don't know because I've never done it before.
That makes sense. That's a helpful legal answer. And I guess my question to the police is, do you see any sort of, is it going to complicate the administration of this program to also add in these other sites to the resolution that you already have to bring us? It seems to me fairly straightforward, but I want to make sure I'm not missing anything.
I don't think you're missing anything. We're going to do the statistics and we're going to do the research of those sites and really have good quantifiable reasons to be in those sites. So I don't see that it would be any additional work to come to council, unless it's midnight.
Fair. All right. So I think this is a fairly straightforward amendment, and I would certainly be supportive of it.
Any other discussion? All right, so a vote yes. Wait, we have a motion. We had a second, didn't we? Okay, so a vote yes would be that everyone comes to council for approval on resolution. All right, let the voting begin. Are you good? All right, that passes 7 yeses, 4 noes, the noes being Strom, Over, LeBure, and Nystrom. Okay, then the time check, we are at 11:57. My question for council is, we have the option to go to a third hearing where we come back, have this conversation, fresh eyes, fresh minds, hear from the community, or we can go ahead and vote on this as amended that we've worked through this evening. I would love to hear thoughts on voting on this now versus a third. Does anyone want to vote on this now? Okay, we got. Okay. All right, so then we have the original motion on the floor for the ordinance. And now we're adding as amended, so your yes vote would be for ordinance as amended, no vote, obviously, against. Go ahead.
Are we having a discussion about, before we vote?
We just had hands raised that said we wanted to vote about it now, so that wasn't the plan. Is there more that you need to talk through?
Oh, I would just rather us look at it with fresh eyes. I don't see any reason to do it, to vote right now at midnight. I think it has better optics to come back to it. That's my thought.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Point of process is where with thirds is like we start all over again. We've got a public hearing. We go through amendments again, like people could come at the last minute with amendments again, or is this baked and we make a vote? Because what I I would be open to thirds if that means we're not coming with last minute amendments. But if we are, then
The action would be to table this matter as currently amended and to bring it back. So if you bring it back, there can be additional amendments, there can be, you've already had your public hearings, so there won't be any further public hearings on it, but any member of the city council could continue to amend it moving forward.
All right. I have partial votes here. How do I clear the partial votes? Here we go. Thank you. All right, everybody, we don't have any votes up now, so please re-vote. A yes vote, again, would be passing the amendment, the ordinance as amended. No, obviously no. That passes 7 yeses, 4 noes. The noes being Matt Guerrero, Sharazai, Cruz, and Sinks. All right.
I changed my mind. I don't know. Counselor Six convinced me.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, all of you, for all of the work that you did. And for the LAC who is not here, for all of the work that you did, and for staying late with us. For those of you that are here, thank you for staying late. We will go ahead and adjourn the meeting this evening. So everything on the agenda that follows after this will be carried forward to our next regular business meeting. And with that, I will go ahead and adjourn us at 12:02 p.m.
Bebop-a-lula, she's my baby. Bebop-a-lula, I don't mean maybe. Bebop-a-lula, she's my baby. Bebop-a-lula, I don't mean maybe. Bebop-a-lula, she's my baby. Well, she's the gal in the red blue jeans. She's the queen of all the team. She's the woman that I know. She's the woman that loves me so. Say, Bebop-a-lula, she's my baby. Bebop-a-lula, I don't mean my baby. Bebop-a-lula, she's my baby, my baby, my baby. Let's rock! She's the one with the flying feet. She's the one that walks around the store. She's the one that yells more. Bebop-a-lula, she's my baby. Bebop-a-lula, I don't mean maybe. Bebop-a-lula, she's my baby, my baby, my baby. Let's rock again now. Bebop-a-lula, I don't mean maybe. Bebop-a-lula, she's my baby. Bebop-a-lula, I don't mean maybe. Bebop-a-lula, she